What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Wednesday. Making a turn Wednesday on this first day of October. Big thanks for making us a part of your start if you are already up and at it. Whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, streaming it up online, sportstalk1051.com, the app. You got the video stream also going on YouTube this morning. And don't forget, you can tell your Alexa to say, yo, play WAYY. A very happy Wednesday, everybody. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Let's jump right into it. Well, the Major League Baseball playoffs officially began yesterday, and now we got four teams who are one win away from advancing to the divisional series. Tigers taking game one against the Guardians. Cubs taking game one against the Padres. The Red Sox getting the win yesterday against the Yankees, and the Dodgers taking down the Reds. These games will pick back up today, same times for everybody from what they were yesterday. So, from a Brewer standpoint, this means we are one game away from potentially having a Brewers versus Cubs NLDS. Where would you put this if you're a Brewers fan? Where would you put this in terms of, how do I want to phrase this? Like we have seen mostly in football, for Packers and that. Where would you put this in terms of like your most anxious, nerve-wracking, pumped up, into it type of series or game? Because I mean, we've seen like Packers Bears in the playoffs, for a trip to the Super Bowl back in 2010. We've seen Packers and Vikings playing a few times in the playoffs and such. But in terms of like, just like sheer anxiety, nerves, maybe even a little trash talking, I got to imagine this is going to be right up there. Got to imagine that's going to be the case because, I mean, there's so many storylines following this, right? I mean, it's just a little bit south. It's a division rival. You got the whole Craig Counsell issue and such. I would imagine there's probably AmFam Field's going to have plenty of Cubs fans there. If it is the Cubs, don't want to completely write off the Padres and such. But man, the storylines are already going to write itself. And if we do after today get that series of Brewers versus Cubs, it's going to be, I think, a very tense, emotional, nerve-wracking type of series. But we'll see if that actually is the case. If the Padres do win today, it'll force a decisive game 3. So, again, that game, if you're wondering, it's the same game times as yesterday. So, first up is going to be Detroit, Cleveland, a little past noon. And then you've got the Padres and the Cubs a little past 2. Boston, New York, a little bit past 5. Reds, Dodgers, a little bit past 8 o'clock tonight. Speaking of the Brewers, one question I kind of want to throw out to you, Brewers fans. Which players do you think need to have the biggest impacts on the Brewers in determining the success of their playoff run? Like the biggest key players, like the key players for this. Just give me a couple, okay? Don't give me a laundry list of players. But if there was a couple that really kind of have to, I guess in a better sense, lead this team to victory. But like, who are a couple of key players for this Brewers team to make a deep postseason run? Like, they've got to play incredibly well. A lot is going to be on their shoulders. Because I think it's fair that great regular season, 97 wins, franchise record, 1 seed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But is it fair to say that, if it's an early loss in the divisional series, it's going to put an insane sour taste in a lot of Brewers' mouths? Like, we got to start winning postseason games, and we got to start making these runs in the postseason. So, who are the key players in helping to determine a deep postseason run for the Brewers? And I think it's too tough to just narrow it down to one. So that's why I'm saying like a couple. So maybe if you got a pitcher and a position player and such. But Let me know. Think about that for a hot minute. Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Or you can hit us up on the YouTube video stream as well. Matt LaFleur chatted a little bit with the media yesterday. Packers in their bye week. A little bit of an injury update on Devontae Wyatt, just calling it week to week, which isn't great idea. Isn't really ideal. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious that would keep him out long term. But I guess we'll kind of find out more after the bye week and such when the team returns on Monday. LaFleur also saying it's been in discussion for Christian Watson to start practicing next week when the Packers return from their bye week. So they got a few days yet to determine that. So there was one quote from Matt LaFleur yesterday, though. We've been talking about yesterday we did grades, right? We did our grades and that sort of stuff. But there was a quote yesterday from Matt LaFleur that just kind of, I don't know if it rubbed me the wrong way or it was just maybe kind of like, huh? Or like, dude, really? And he was talking about special teams. And this was from Ryan Wood, who covers the Packers. Quote, if we could just clean up those catastrophic errors, which is a big if, I'm confident we'll be in a much better spot. That phrase right in the middle, which is a big if. I'm sorry, but that doesn't really exude a ton of confidence from the head coach in his special teams unit. I don't know if that was a misplaced or misspoken or what, but it's like the no offense, but when somebody goes up to you or you're having a conversation with somebody and they say no offense, but a big if. The quote again, if we could just clean up those catastrophic errors, talking about special teams, which is a big if, I'm confident we'll be in a much better spot. First of all, duh. I mean, you clean up errors, you're going to be in a better spot. Duh. But I don't know. Maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of it. But the fact that he said, which is a big if, I don't know about that. That to me comes off as somebody who is not confident whatsoever in his special teams group. Coverage, protection, et cetera, et cetera. That's just me, though. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. Since it is the bye week and it's self-reflection week, you hear a lot of coaches in the NFL talk about self-scouting, self-reflection, setting the reset button, whatever corny phrases that are out there. So we're going to do a little, I guess, call it a game or something like that. But with the Packers, okay, self-reflection time, list of people who kind of need to use this week for some self-reflection time and, hopefully have some improvement when they come back next week, ready to go. Who are those players where this bye week they've really got to sit down, maybe lay down on the couch, talk it out, and have a little self-reflection this week? Who are you wanting to see come out of this bye week with their hair on fire, maybe? Improvement play. And I want to talk a little bit about Packers overreaction because there was this thing up on CBS Sports, okay? Essentially, it was NFL overreactions at the 2025 quarter mark. And they do have the Packers on here. It says Packers were crowned as NFC's best team too early. Overreaction or reality? They say reality. Green Bay looked like the best team in the NFL after 5 days into the season, pulverizing Detroit and Washington at Lambeau Field. Since then, the Packers lost to the Browns and tied the Cowboys, two teams that aren't exactly amongst the NFL's elite. Lions and Rams aren't losing to these teams, neither are the Seahawks. The Eagles, meanwhile, aren't losing to anybody these days. Are the Packers even one of the NFC's 4 best teams at this stage? Jordan Love is too inconsistent on a week-to-week basis to be trusted, and the defense may have bigger problems in the secondary than we think, even with a game-changing pass rusher like Micah Parsons on the roster. There's plenty of time to revisit this conversation, but the Packers don't even look close to being the best team in the NFC. This bye week will be crucial, as there are plenty of winnable games on the schedule coming up. Are people overreacting a little bit? You know, if we were overreacting to the first 2 weeks of the season, are we overreacting to the now from the last 2 weeks? We'll touch on that coming up a little bit later on too. So, stock reports: whose stock is up, whose stock is down. Let us know your picks. Again, you can text it to us, or you can comment on the video stream on YouTube. Whose stock is up and whose stock is down. We're actually going to talk a little hockey, a little NHL hockey coming up a little bit later on too, because well, we got preseason games and such. So we'll talk a little hockey with the Wild locking up one of their best players and such. So we'll hit that up a little bit later on. WNBA, we know the finals matchup, Mercury versus the Aces. So that's going to tip off in a couple days on October 3rd. Phoenix taking on Las Vegas. So that's kind of your game plan for us this morning, right? Let's get things going here this morning. Okay? Talk a little Brewers. We'll talk a little Packers. Get to your thoughts. Get to your comments. Hit us up. Join in on the convo. I want to hear your analysis. I want to hear your opinions and such. So text those, comment on the video stream, hit me up on the socials, whatever floats your boat. We'll take a quick break and then get things going here this morning on the leadoff. Coming up after these quick words. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that'll help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping easy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Don't forget, when you do shop at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, grab yourself a six-pack of Man Cave Light and get yourself some Dan Good Burgers over at the meat department. Let's lead it off talking a little, little Brewers here this morning. Again, as you can tell, I apologize. My voice is a little off. Just getting over, hopefully, a little bug and such. But nonetheless, let's lead it off talking some Brew Crew as we are one game away from potentially having the Brewers versus Cubs series. On one hand, it'd be cool as a Brewers fan to knock out the Cubs in the postseason. That would be cool. On the other hand, there's a part of me too. It's like, man, if the Cubs win, I don't know if I can handle that. Guys, I don't know if I can handle that. Like this to me would move up big time in terms of, when you come up with your list of most tense, nerve-wracking games, series, however you want to phrase it. We've got that NFC Championship game with the Bears to go to the Super Bowl 2010, 2011. We've had, other Packers and Vikings games in the postseason and such. We've had Brewers, Cardinals in the NLCS back in 2011. I don't know. I feel like this would potentially take the cake. Maybe getting a little too far ahead because, again, we don't know yet, but Cubs are just one win away from that becoming a reality. So guess we'll get to that point if we ever get to that point. But I thought to stay with the Brewers side of things, there's a very good piece, and I highly recommend Brewers fans to go check it out at brewers.com, written by Adam McCulvey. And it's about the leadership role of Christian Yelich this season because there has been, I think, a lot of Brewers fans that have kind of questioned Christian Yelich's leadership style. I'm a big believer there is different ways to lead. You could be a vocal leader. You could be the rah-rah leader. You could be the person yelling. You could be the quiet leader, maybe the quiet one that's, you're still saying some stuff, but it's not necessarily out in the media and the public. Or maybe you're a leader of setting the example and just kind of following your lead this way. But there's been, I think, a fair amount of Brewers fans over the years kind of wondering, what type of leader is Christian Yelich? Is he a vocal leader? Does he need to be more of a vocal leader? And it's a great piece by Adam McCulvey that gives a little bit of a glimpse into how Yelich has kind of transformed his leadership role this season. And I'm not going to sit here and read the whole thing because, you could go do that yourself. It's at brewers.com and such. But there's some good quotes, some good little bit of tidbits in this one. Like when they were 0-4, Yelich said they would be fine. During the team meetings in San Francisco in April and Cleveland in May, he reminded the room of how much of the season remained when a 14-game winning streak ended in August. It was Yelich who, according to one teammate, stood up and said, "F it, let's come back and do it again tomorrow." And we've seen the video, when they toasted the champagne and such, when Yelich reminded everyone to savor the moment because you never know when or whether you'll experience it again. And I thought it was interesting, too, to hear, okay, because does a leader need a leader? You know what I mean? Like, where does that person go to maybe kind of recharge or get a little pick-me-up and such? And it was two people. Jace Peterson. Remember Jace Peterson from the Brewers? Kind of forgot he was with the team right now. And he's kind of, as Adam McCulvey noted in his write-up, he's on the club's, quote, high-performance team as sort of a chief vibes officer. And the other person is Bryce Terang. So Jace Peterson and Bryce Terang are kind of the two guys that Yelich goes to for maybe a little bit of a, I guess, lack of a better phrase, a little bit of a pick me up or something like that. And I think that's to hear like Bryce Terang developing into one of the, because by default, then I would say Bryce Terang then is one of those leaders. But it was Peterson too. He said he has noticed Yelich become more of a vocal leader in public, quote, saying, "I'm so proud of him because it can be hard for guys who are leaders, but not necessarily vocal leaders. When you start morphing into the vocal side, it can be unnatural. Some guys can do that. But Yelich has the unique gift to not only lead by example, but lead vocally." Weeks, also some Ricky Weeks, also saying 100% he's been more vocal. That's been really good for him, and it's been great for us too. It means so much more when it comes from a player. A coach could tell you you stink and you brush it off as he's crazy, he doesn't know. But when it comes from a teammate, that hits differently. So I again, take a couple minutes to read it because that has been a talking point for the last few seasons in terms of leadership in a locker room, and especially for this year, right? Because you look at the last couple of years, who was kind of that vocal leader? It was Willie Adames. The fun-loving shortstop. Looks like he always had a smile on his face. It sure seemed like Willie was that kind of vocal, animated type of leader. And I think everybody just kind of assumed, okay, if Willie leaves, who's got to be that guy? And a lot of people said it's got to be Christian Yelich. And we don't see it, as fans. We're not in the clubhouse behind closed doors. We're not, interacting constantly with these guys, or we're not on the road with them and such. So it's good. I think it's good to see Yelich kind of step up into that role. Again, I'm a big believer in you can lead in multiple ways. And I think a good leader recognizes how to get the most out of your individual teammates. And then I think that's in any case, whether it's a business or real life, a leader really knows what works for their individuals, because not everybody is going to respond. I keep going back to, remember when Mike Daniels was on the Packers, and Mike Daniels was a very vocal leader, very animated, right? And I remember reading a piece. I can't remember where it was, but I remember reading an article where there were some teammates that didn't respond to Mike Daniels' leadership style, screaming and yelling in the showers and all that sort of stuff. Some do, and maybe it depends on the sport or the position that you play. Some don't. And I think it's incumbent to those leaders that know, hey, how do I get the best out of this person and then that person? Maybe a little bit different. And another good piece here is, I just want to read this part. It says, Yelich might not be quite so blunt, but you get to the point talking about, that one quote about Weeks saying means more when it comes from a player, say that you stink. Yelich might not be quite so blunt, but you get the point. Sometimes it takes some tough love to keep the clubhouse together. Yelich has talked about that at length lately, that one of the reasons the Brewers have punched above their weight for so long, with 7 postseason appearances in the last 8 seasons since he arrived and 5 division titles in that span, is that their young players are open to listening even when the message hurts. Yelich said, quote, "For lack of a better term, it's given a blank." S word. Yelich says, that can make up for a lot. We go to every city and people ask us, what's the secret? How have you guys done this? Partly, it's from giving a blank S word, honestly. For whatever reason, this year, there's been more of a focus on it. And I don't feel like I've been any different than I have in the past. It's not forced, Somebody's got to speak up sometimes because it's your first time coming through. It's more difficult than for someone that's done it 12 times now and understands that the season's long and there's good moments and bad moments. I think this year we did a good job of letting the bad moments bring us closer together rather than tearing everybody apart. And stuff was going bad at the beginning of the season. And it kind of goes into the question I'm throwing out there for Brewers fans is, all right, once we get to that postseason, when it officially begins for the Brewers this weekend, who has got to be that key players that need to, I guess, rise to the challenge or rise up and help lead this team to hopefully a deep postseason run? One is pretty obvious. It's Christian Yelich, the leader of the ball club, the veteran of the ball club, the guy that's probably got the most experience of the postseason, and especially from a Brewer standpoint over these years. It's got to be him. It's got to be that guy that led this team throughout the whole season. And not just because he's being a vocal leader, but the play, the offensive production from him. He's got to be that guy in that lineup. Now, I'm assuming he's going to be batting leadoff. Does it change things a little bit? A little bit. But still, you got to have him be that offensive producer at the plate, setting the tone early, too, in the game if he's going to be, that leadoff hitter and such. Other guys I throw in there, Bryce Terang. Absolutely Bryce Terang. Again, not just because he's mentioned as a guy that has kind of helped in the leadership role here for the Brewers, but I think you look at what he has done from an offensive standpoint, especially the month of August. If we get a Bryce Terang like that, now we're cooking with something. I mean, they have a ton of confidence in the kid by putting him in that 3 spot. And you look at what he's done lately here. Last 30 games, he's hitting 297. Narrow it down a little bit further, 318 in his last 22 at-bats. But that month of August, going back to that month of August, this is a guy who hit 324 and had, that's April. I don't want April. I want August here. He hit 343, and 10 home runs. September, still finished 294. Did have as much power, still a couple of home runs. We know about his defense, but seeing the offensive production from Bryce Terang, that to me is what makes it that he's got to be a key player in this game or in this series, whoever it's going to be, whether it's the Cubs or the Padres. You can throw a Contreras in there. If Contreras is got that swing on where he's going oppo into the gaps and hitting those doubles, now you're feeling pretty good. So, other ones, pitchers, tell you what, we got to take a quick break. Let's talk about some of the key pitchers. It's maybe some other players. Hit me up with a text, though, 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year, and that's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's looking for a new scope, stocking up on some ammo, or finally upgrading that old deer rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters go. Just check out their website at tildengun.com, or you can stop by their shop, 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Talking some baseball, talking some Brewers baseball here, and with key Brewers players for hopefully a long, deep postseason run here for the Brewers. Threw out some position players. Yelich, Terang, Contreras. Forgot to throw one in there, but I think if Jackson Cheerio could get, if he gets going here, I know he's in a little bit of a slump there, but last game, picking up a couple hits. If Cheerio's hitting, essentially those top 5 hitters I'm really looking at with that lineup. Top 5, 6. If Pat Murphy goes with that lineup that we've seen in the last week or so, Yelly, Cheerio, Contreras, Terang, then Contreras, Frelick, and then a Vaughn. I'm circling that. Now, honestly, you can say that about every other single baseball lineup. We know that. But I think, again, if you asked a lot of people, Brewers fans, what's your biggest question mark heading into the postseason for this team, or your biggest worry, it might be the offense. If those 6 players can get it going offensively, then I think we're going to be in pretty darn good shape. A wild card player for me, though, I might throw a little Caleb Durbin in there too. Young guy, rookie, heading into his first postseason and such. He's had some big hits throughout this season. I think a wild card player for me might be Caleb Durbin at the bottom of the order here. Pitching wise, though, so we threw out a few key players from the position player, from the offensive standpoint. I mean, you look at your ace, and right now it's Freddie Peralta. Again, we don't know who it's going to be on Saturday. Cubs are 1 win away from that. If it is the Cubs, obviously they know Freddie Peralta very well. Craig Counsell knows Freddie Peralta very well. So there will be a lot of familiarity between the two. But you start off with your ace. You start off game 1. He's got plenty of rest. To set the tone early, picking up that win will be big, regardless of who they're going up against, Padres or Cubs. But I would throw Freddie Peralta in there. I'm going to throw a little Aaron Ashby in there. Hear me out. I'm going to throw a little Aaron Ashby in there because he's a guy that can give you multiple innings. He has shown some really good stuff. He's got some sweet pitches in his arsenal. And he might be the guy, like him and a Nick Mears, might be one of those 2 guys that if they're in a tight jam, in a tight situation, might be their number that's called out there. Heck, can you even make the case for Jacob Mizorowski too? Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know how you play Jacob Mizorowski in this postseason. Is he just the guy that you throw out there if you have to have somebody just eat up innings? Because I don't think you can put him out there in a tight situation. I don't have that confidence right now in him. I just don't. So how do you play Jacob Mizorowski? That might be something to kind of watch here as we get to the postseason too, how they kind of utilize him. Uribe, McGill, you throw in those guys in the back end to make sure that they could lock that W down that'll be key here too. Going back to Peralta, just curious with his starts against the Cubs, how he performed this year because of the familiarity between the two. May 4th, picked up the win, went 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts, 89 pitches at 6 innings. That's actually a pretty darn good line for Freddie Peralta. I mean, that's a good line for a lot of pitchers, but only 89 pitches in 6 innings is kind of where I was focused at on there. Get to the Padres one. Then back on June 19th, gets the Cubbies. So this one, the first one was at AmFam Field. Second one, June 19th, at Wrigley. Picked up another win, 5 innings, 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 Ks, 86 pitches. July 30th, AmFam Field. Picked up the loss, 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 85 pitches in 4 innings. August 18th, in Chicago. Picked up the win, 6 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 6 Ks, 3 walks. So he has put up some pretty darn good numbers overall in 4 games against the Cubs this year. Freddie Peralta, those are Freddie Peralta numbers. I would think the Brewers are going to feel pretty confident if it is Freddie Peralta going up against the Cubs on Saturday. And if that's the case, that's why I think he's a key player in the overall success. If he's the ace, you got to feel like you're gonna come away with the W every time he's out on the mound. That's how I view an ace, that you're feeling confident you're going to come away with a W. And right now, when you look at the numbers that he has put up against the Cubs so far this year, they're pretty darn solid. Now, what about if it's the Padres? Well, he faced the Padres at AmFam Field back in June 8th. No decision. He went 6 innings, only giving up 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, no earned runs. And I believe that was, and then at San Diego on September 22nd, no decision, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. So regardless if it's Cubs or Padres, I would say fairly solid numbers going up against either one of those teams. I think one of the other unknowns I have when it comes to the pitching staff for the Brewers when we get to the postseason, though, is he's been solid ever since he's been on the team, but you get to the postseason and it's magnified, and the pressure and the tense and the stress is like 10 times the regular season. How does Quinn Priester handle all that, being the number 2 guy in the rotation? We're all human. Now, athletes have a better, most of them have a better mental state than a lot of us, where they can kind of, their mental games are fantastic. They can maybe tune it out or zone it out here a little bit and focus on what's in front of them. But I got to imagine there's a little bit of a human element creeping through for a guy like Quinn Priester when he gets that start, game 2. I'm sure the adrenaline's going to be pumping. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of butterflies in that stomach. But how does he overcome that? How does he combat that? And can he channel that into putting together a pretty solid start? For the Brewers, in my opinion, overall, to kind of wrap it up, we can highlight individual key players, which we did. But I really believe, and this is going to be like, well, no duh, for the Brewers to make that deep postseason run, it's got to take a collective effort. We know they don't have the offensive lineups like a Dodgers. I mean, Dodgers last night, you had Ohtani and Hernandez each having a pair of home runs. Phillies, you got Schwarber in there. You throw in Harper. I mean, they've got an arsenal. Cubs have a little bit of an arsenal too. For the Brewers, it's got to be a collective effort. It's got to be exactly what they did in the regular season when they were on that winning streak. Everybody was contributing, putting pressure on the defense, smart base running. They're not going to be carried by just a couple people. They can't. They can't be carried by just 2 players, 3 players. It's got to be a complete and total team effort for this series, regardless if it's the Cubs or the Padres. And everybody's got to be on their A game. Joey Ortiz, Caleb Durbin. I don't care. Blake Perkins. Everybody, even if you're not in the starting lineup. Jake Bowers, coming off the bench. You've got to be big-time contributors. It's got to be a complete and total team effort. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the first hour. We've got some football talk coming up next hour with a little green and gold and such. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. When it comes to flooring, homeowners in Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process so smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and businesses. It takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. One room, whole building, whole house, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered from the floor up. Just give them a visit today here in Eau Claire at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. So coming up next hour, I do want to chat a little green and gold here. Go through some of the comments from Matt LaFleur's presser yesterday. And the one line that just, boy, maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of it. I don't know. But what he it's like the no offense, but type of thing. Talking about his special teams units, said that, quote, if we could just clean up those catastrophic errors, which is a big if, I'm confident we'll be in a much better spot. Big if. Big if. That to me just like, okay, dude, you don't have a ton of confidence, I don't think, in that group. What does that say? Did he misspeak? Possibly. I don't, but it's out there now. Speaking of overreactions, are people overreacting right now to the pack and what we've seen from the last couple of weeks? One writer on CBS Sports thinks Jeff Kerr thinks the Packers are, I'll just say it, sure sounds like he thinks they're just an average team and not even one of the best in the NFC. So are we being a little too harsh? Are we being a little overreaction from the Packers here late? We'll hit that up, and then with it being self-reflection week here for the Packers because it's their bye week, who are the players, who are the peeps that got to come out of this bye week? A little bit more focus, a little bit more resets, or the spotlight's going to be on them coming out of this bye week for maybe improved play. So we'll talk all about that coming up in the next hour. So Brewers-wise, if you want to send me who you think some of your key players are going to be for a potentially, hopefully, deep postseason run, you can text those or comment on the video stream if you would like to do that on YouTube. But we've gotten some Bryce Durangs, we've gotten some Christian Yelich's, we've gotten some Jackson Cheerios. I think we got one William Contreras on there. Pitcher-wise, a ton of Freddie Peraltas and Trevor McGill and Abner Uribe, even a couple of Nick Mears. So continue to send those on over. We'll get back to some more baseball talk a little bit later on. Reminder, Game 2 of the Wild Card Series will begin a little after noon today. Detroit, Cleveland, San Diego, Chicago, Boston, New York, Cincinnati, and Los Angeles. If the Cubs win, that means they get a date at American Family Field on Saturday to take on the Brewers. We'll wrap up the first hour with Morgs. Good morning, Morgs.
Hey, Kasper. Do you think I didn't hear you make the call if you have. Cubs or Padres?
I think it's going to be Cubs.
Do you?
Yep.
And do you have Cubs fans in your life?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So are you still feeling baseball now? Can you split your attention? You don't have to just funnel in on the Packers now that it's football season.
Yeah.
It's a pretty exciting run for the Brewers.
Nope, I would agree.
So I found a list of rules that somebody said are their hot takes that should be changed for baseball.
Ooh.
So we're going to see if you agree with these or not.
All right.
All right. So these rules should be changed for baseball. Interleague play should be scrapped.
Interleague play should be scrapped. I mean, it kind of is a little bit. I mean, I should say scrap. I mean, we're the opposite. No, I'm going to disagree with that one.
You're going to disagree with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, what about PED should be legal?
Oh, no.
You don't think so?
No.
What if we had two leagues? Because, okay, I'm going to say this because it's not original to the idea of sports. Bodybuilding has been doing this for years. You have your enhanced leagues, your tested or your untested leagues. So if you're going to use gear, you can go into the untested, and then you can be the human freak show. That's what you want, mass monsters. And then the untested is more natural. Do you think there's a place for other sports to take that approach where you just free the lane, full transparency? We're using enhancers in this sport and we're not in this league and watch what you want.
I don't think it beats the same level as the majors,
Yeah.
like just from a talent and entertainment standpoint, but it'd have to be like a very minor sort of thing. Like, how do you think they could actually get enough people to do it?
I don't know. I'm
Uh,
asking.
I don't think.
Probably yes, because you know how many people are short-sighted in their youth too, and would be like, you know what, I'm just going to use gear for a couple years because I've always wanted to play at a professional level. If this is what it
Yeah,
takes to get there, and then I'm just going to cycle through, I'll be done in 4 years. I mean, you tell yourself these things,
right.
and then you think and you hope that the repercussions don't eventually catch up with you. I
Yeah,
think you could talk people into that.
I think there would be some people that would do that. Yeah,
So more
no
like a
doubt.
freak league kind of
Yeah,
thing. What about Pete Rose, Hall of Fame or not?
yeah.
Okay. What do you think about this one? Stadiums should have set dimensions for outfield walls.
Ooh, that's a good one. So everybody's got the same
Yeah,
outfields.
because a home run in one field would not be a home run in the other. And that's kind of weird. Do you like the idea of making it more universal, like a homogenization?
No, I don't because I like it being different. It's a little strategery
It is.
from
And
every different
oh,
field.
and maybe you get lucky and you know that you can hit them in one field and not the other and
Yeah,
that kind of
I
thing.
mean, you got the Green Monster in Boston. Do we want to get
Yes,
rid
we
of that?
do.
So,
No way.
yeah,
There's no way you can touch Fenway right now in Boston.
exactly.
And I mean, it's such a rickety POS, but man, that's what makes it Fenway. You know,
Yep.
you have to love it.
You got one more, or are you
You give
good?
us one. You give us one that you would change.
The Twins need a dome on their stadium.
You think?
God, yeah.
And what makes you say that? What's your hot take for that?
They start in March. There's still snow for crying out loud.
Yeah, it seems like a very short-sighted place to
Yeah.
put an open dome.
Yep. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Making the Turn Wednesday. It's also Stock Reports Wednesday. Whose stock is up and whose stock is down? You can send us your picks via that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line with a quick text at 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the YouTube video stream and let us know whose stock is up and whose stock is down. We'll get to those coming up a little bit later on this morning. First hour, we spent baseball, talking baseball. Game 2 of the wild card series is today. So if the teams who won yesterday, which are the Tigers, the Cubs, the Red Sox, and the Dodgers, if they win today, they move on to the divisional series. Otherwise, we get a decisive Game 3. So, Brewers fans, do you have a preference, regardless if it's Cubs or Padres, or you have the mindset like, you're going to have to play the good teams regardless. And at some point, if you have World Series aspirations, World Series goals, you're going to have to play some good teams regardless. So it doesn't matter who we play. We just got to do our thing and win these games. That's kind of where I'm at. I always think it's kind of dangerous to prefer a team. Now, part of it is, would I'd rather avoid the Cubs because of the narratives and the potential of the Cubs winning that series against the Brewers? Absolutely. 100%, absolutely. I don't want to have to deal with potential trash talk or anything like that. So that's the only thing where it's like, for me, pointing to the Padres. Not necessarily do I think the Padres would be an easier game or series or anything like that. It's just like that possibility if the Cubs do beat the Brewers. Never hear the end of it from some Cubs fans out there. So that would be the only reason why I do not want to face the Cubs. So, but give me your thoughts. We were talking a little bit about key players for the Brewers for a potentially long postseason run. Got a lot of the same names out there: Yelich, Terang, Contreras, Chirio, Peralta, Uribe, McGill, Ashby. So if you want to send those on over, you can. Again, text it or comment on the video streams. Again, I'll say this again. If you've got a couple minutes later on today, go to brewers.com and check out that piece by Adam McCulvey, because it does talk about Christian Yelich becoming more of a vocal leader this year. And that's kind of been something over the years. I think a good chunk of Brewers fans have kind of questioned. Is Yelich a leader? Is he a vocal leader? What type of leader is he? Does he need to be more of a vocal leader? Some good insight there from Adam McCulvey. Again, check it out at brewers.com. So we'll talk some more Brewers, talk some more baseball coming up a little bit later on. Switching gears here, talking some green and gold. Matt LaFleur chatting with the local media yesterday during the Packers bye week. Few nuggets to come from it. He said Devontae Wyatt is week to week with that knee injury. I think, was it last week he said it was day to day? Now it's week to week. I mean, even Micah Parsons talked about it after that Dallas game, just how pivotal Devontae Wyatt is to that front, to that defensive line. We can look at the pressures and the numbers and such and see just how great of a start Devontae Wyatt was off to this year. It was very similar to last year. Great start, then he had a high ankle sprain. Same thing this year. Great start, now he's got a knee issue. Man, I hope that's not going to be something that's going to keep him out long term, because this guy has been playing some amazing football. And with no Kenny Clark on that line, we know his game had to take another step. And it sure looked like his game was taking another step. If you want to call Devontae Wyatt a pivotal player, a player that is crucial to the lineup, I would 100% agree with it. He has been really good. The problem with Devontae Wyatt is just whenever he does get a little bit banged up, it kind of derails it a bit. It derails his productivity. So hopefully this is a knee injury that isn't going to affect the rest of the season for him. But I don't think there's any question. You kind of look at when he left the game and said, if Devontae Wyatt is playing in that game, the full game, are the results different? I mean, that's a what if. It's an unknown. We don't know. But I think the chances are probably a little bit better just by default by having Devontae Wyatt in that game. It probably increases the chances a little bit of you're coming away with a victory. Some other comments, speaking of injuries and such, Matt LaFleur did say that it's being discussed because there's been some talk. Could Christian Watson return to practice after the bye week? And Matt LaFleur did say that has been a discussion. Now, they don't have to decide. They have got a few days left to figure this thing out, but it is being discussed. And I have a feeling, okay, if he returns to practice on Monday, don't expect him to play that Sunday against the Bengals right away. They could take it up. I think it's 3 weeks off the top of my head. But 3 weeks of practice, then they got to decide what to do. Put him on the roster or IR him and such. But you talk about adding Christian Watson back to a lineup here maybe in the next couple weeks or so. Man, that's a pretty darn cool weapon to add to this offense, and I think a weapon that is kind of needed right now. Now, Jordan Love, if we look at the advanced statistics, the EPAs and numbers and all that, Jordan Love has been really good at the deep throws and the big throws, however they can measure those. I'm not a math whiz. I read what math people tell me. But you added Christian Watson, who's a deep threat, takes the top off. Got something interesting there. So good news on the Watson front that it's being discussed. I mean, it sure seems like he's going to be here sooner than I think what we all kind of anticipated when he went down with that ACL injury last week. But the one comment from LaFleur yesterday that left me scratching my head a little bit. He was asked about the special teams, and he said, quote, "If we could just clean up those catastrophic errors, which is a big if, I'm confident we'll be in a much better spot." One, it's like, duh. You clean up your errors, you're going to be in a better spot. Of course you are. But the part where he says a big if, I don't know if I'm reading it too much into it. Maybe I'm overreacting from it a little bit too much. But when I hear the head coach say, that's a big if, it just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of confidence in that group. I don't know. Is he kind of just subtly putting it out there for that group, challenging them a little bit, saying, guys, I'm going to be honest. It's like when I talk to my kid and he's throwing a fit and, you take something away or something like that. And he says, well, I promise I'll be better. I promise I'll be better. It's like, my response is, prove it. Prove it. I don't know if it's like this with LaFleur. Like saying, prove it. Prove you can be better. Prove that you can do a better job. But that left me, I was like, ooh. All right. Because when we did our grades yesterday, I mean, they weren't good for special teams. That has been the biggest complaint so far amongst many Packers fans has been the special teams group, and rightfully so. It has not been good. And it's a consistency thing now. So I don't know if he's kind of throwing a little challenge out there or not, but that one I was like, ooh, all right. All right. By the way, after that Dallas game, so Green Bay's defense entered that week as the number one ranked scoring defense. They now rank 13th after allowing 14 games. Part of that is there's only 4 games, so there's going to be, fluctuations big time in that. But you look at that performance from that group, and you're like, what the heck happens? In my opinion, this is just my opinion. But I feel like that defensive effort that we saw, and we're going to get to some overreactions here and talk a little bit about overreaction and such here in a little bit. But I look at that defensive effort, and I'm not ready to shut the door on the defense like some fans are already. Like, first 2 weeks, I don't want to live in that world of the highs and the lows after every single game. Some fans can. I can't. It's too emotional. It's too stressful for me. I can't go the first 2 weeks and say, "Oh, Super Bowl defense, best defense ever," and then after 2 weeks say they stink, they suck, they're horrible, they're the worst. And I know there are some fans like that, and I'm not one of them. I can't live in that world. And that's where I look at that performance, which was bad. Not making any excuses for it. It was bad. But was it an example of, all right, guys were missing tackles? And to me, this is the big key. I think the tackling was incredibly sloppy. It was bad, which led to bigger plays. 2-yard passes. Credit Dallas. They were getting the ball out quick. But Green Bay's defenders just stunk at tackling for whatever reason. First couple weeks, they were awesome. This week, not great. Those 2 3-yard passes turned into 6, 7-yard gains. It continued to put them in a solid position, short, manageable situations. I mean, it was like they were paper cutting that thing to where it turned into this big old cut and tore it down. Let's talk some more green and gold, though. We got to take a quick break. Do a little self-reflection. What is that? No. There we go. Let's do that. There we go. Wrong button. Take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words. VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is the place where good food, live music, and great times come together. From casual dinners with friends to packed nights with local bands, there's always something happening at VFW Post 305. The kitchen serves up some delicious meals, the drinks are cold, and the atmosphere is welcoming. Whether it's a night out, community events, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. Visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Our friend Zach on the YouTube stream saying, "Morning, Dan. The defense played great 3 out of 4 games. Yes, they lost the Browns, but the D held their own in that game, and I think they just had poor execution against the Cowboys. There is no excuse for the missed tackles and the performance from the corners. They have to do better. But I'm not even close to writing off this defense. They are talented in almost every position." And I get it that sports is very what have you done lately type of reaction for a lot of people. It's very game by game type of thing. But I would agree with Zach. Like I'm not abandoning ship on the Packers defense or on the Packers or anything like that. I'm not. And that's where, like, when I read this piece on CBS Sports, overreactions from the first quarter of the season. And one of them, they put, Packers were crowned as the NFC's best team too early. Overreaction or reality? They say reality. Green Bay looked like the best team in the NFL after 5 days into the season, pulverizing Detroit and Washington at Lambeau Field. Since then, the Packers lost to the Browns and tied the Cowboys, 2 teams that aren't exactly amongst the NFL's elite. The Lions and Rams aren't losing to these teams, neither are the Seahawks. The Eagles, meanwhile, aren't losing to anybody these days. Are the Packers even one of the NFC's 4 best teams at this stage? Jordan Love is too inconsistent on a week-to-week basis to be trusted, and the defense may have bigger problems in the secondary than we think, even with game-changing pass rusher Micah Parsons on the roster. There's plenty of time to revisit this conversation, but the Packers don't even look close to being the best team in the NFC. This bye week will be crucial, as there are plenty of winnable games on the schedule coming up. Okay. Did we overreact to the Packers being maybe the best team in the league, best team in the NFC? Sure. But are we overreacting to a lot of the defensive stuff after one game? Absolutely. It was awful. There's no excuse for the performance that they put on the field. There was no excuse from the secondary play. There is no excuse from the linebackers and the missed tackles. There's no excuse for that. That's unacceptable play. But I do think there is some overreaction from those out there, whether it be fans or other media peeps or other analysts and such, whatever you want to call them. I do think there is a little bit of an overreaction from that standpoint. And I don't live in that world. I can't. I mentally, I can't live in that world where I live and breathe based off every single game. I can't overreact or react, all emotional after just one game here or there. I can't. So if we're going to overreact to what we saw maybe for the past couple of weeks, what about the first couple of weeks? That has to play in there. I just view this team as a team right now, this Packers team, as you could say inconsistent if you want. I feel like the bye is coming at a very beneficial time for Green Bay. When you factor in some of the injuries, just trying to get healthier, but also kind of a whirlwind. Before the season begins, a week before the season, you make the move to acquire Micah Parsons. And you have all of this extra attention, talk about you, especially after the first 2 weeks. It's like, hey, dang. In the last couple weeks here, I feel like this bye is coming at a beneficial time for Green Bay. Maybe not the most ideal time. You'd like to have it a little bit closer halfway through the season. But in this case, for Green Bay's case, I think it's coming at a beneficial time so that they could just hopefully reset. Hopefully just kind of reset, come down from that high, just kind of like, all right, shake it off. And let's just get back to playing football and refocusing on the goals at hand. That's what I hope comes out of this bye week for Green Bay. Now, we won't know the answer to that until obviously when they pick back up and get games going here and such. But that's ultimately what I hope is that they use this as a little bit of a reset. And I don't know if they were reading the headlines too much, head in the clouds the first couple weeks. Even after that Detroit or after that Cleveland game, I mean, you had national media people saying, "Oh yeah, you don't want to be the Cowboys this week. You don't want to be the team playing the Packers after that Cleveland game." Just kind of setting that narrative and that tone. And again, I don't know if Green Bay was reading that stuff, listening to that stuff, whatever, but I think this is just a good time for them to get away and, okay, come back Monday, rejuvenated, refocused, and hopefully for some of those guys, a little bit healthier. But has there been another team so far in the first quarter of the NFL season, where there's just been this, I always kind of call it an EKG, this up and down wave of reactions, overreactions sort of thing, where it's like Super Bowl undefeated to, wow, they're not even a playoff team or not even one of a top 4 NFC teams. I maybe the Ravens because they're off to a 1-3 start. But Green Bay would be near the top of that list of the ups and downs, talking points, overreactions, that sort of thing. If we look at some of these players, though, for Green Bay, and let's play a little self-reflection. Let's pull out the couch and bring in some people and lay down and let's talk about these first 4 weeks and what's the goals and what are we going to do for the rest of this upcoming season? Who are the players that I think really need to take this bye week and just kind of push that reset button? I'd probably say Xavier McKinney for one. There's been a lot of talk about Xavier McKinney for the first 4 weeks. What's wrong with Xavier McKinney? Why is he getting a lot of interceptions? You got local media last week saying, what's going on here? What's going on with Xavier? Why is he getting a lot of interceptions like he was last year in his first year? I think let's just reset the Xavier McKinney button here a little bit. And let's see if we can get that dynamic center fielder that we saw last year on this defense. Sure, I'm probably pretty sure that offenses are more aware of Xavier McKinney than they probably were last year. I'm sure that's the case. But I'd like to see, that back end, that center fielder, maybe come away with those turnovers. And that's kind of leading into, I don't know who we would be bringing on this one, but it's like the reset button. How do we manufacture those turnovers? Maybe it's Jeff Hafley we got to bring in here. How are we going to manufacture turnovers? That's the next step in this defense is they have to come away with turnovers. They have to. You want to be one of the best defenses in all of the National Football League, you have got to figure out a way to manufacture defenses, especially when everybody in the world who follows this team knows it is one of your top goals because you've been vocal about it. You were vocal about it last year, wanting to lead the league in turnovers. And what was the goal this year? Not only that, but hey, we didn't have as many forced fumbles as we'd like. We want to do better at that. So you had drills, you had articles, defense, what was it? A coach is, I'm blanking on his name, but every time they have a turnover, they got like this button that they just push and the siren goes off and that. It's been pretty darn quiet because there hasn't hardly been any, a couple picks? That's something I don't know if they could figure out in a bye week. But if I'm doing some self-scouting, some self-reflecting, how do you figure out ways to get more turnovers, to manufacture more turnovers? Some other players I'm probably saying to kind of reset. I think you look at the quarters. And in this, I get it. Maybe a little bit of overreaction for one game, but I think, okay, I'm going to bring in Carrington. I'm going to bring in Keyshawn. I'm going to bring in Nate Hobbs. and be like, guys, that Dallas game, let's just reset it. Let's push the reset button. What you were doing the first 3 weeks when we were singing the praises and looking at the numbers where, in 3 games, they only gave up 10 catches for like 89 yards total combined. Dallas made that look silly. George Pickens made that look silly. Let's reset that button. Flush it out. Offensively, I think you look at some of the offensive linemen, maybe a Jordan Morgan, who did have a better second half. I don't want to say he was completely awful in Dallas. He did have a better second half. He settled in nicely. But he's had some issues, false starts. Offensive line isn't all as a unit. Knock off the penalties. All right, I'm probably bringing in the whole offensive line and being like, guys, this game is still won in the trenches. It's still won with the big guys up front. Let's get back to being a better unit protecting our quarterback, not having stupid, silly, frustrating pre-snap penalties, false starts galore. Let's reset that. Let's get back to the beginning here, and let's just be this offensive line that I think, you got a Zach Tom, you got an Elton Jenkins. Elton Jenkins specifically may need to reset that button. You got a Walker on there. Let's get Sean Ryan had a good year last year, and this year seems to be struggling a little bit. That offensive line they got to figure it out. Health is a big one, but we need more consistency from that group overall. Running game, got to get that thing going. Kind of got some more holes going in that Dallas game. Both Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson. But again, I think we'd all like to see it. I don't know if we want to see exactly from last year, because last year I think you do have to factor in the injuries to Jordan Love, and that changed what they wanted to do at offense or what they did at offense. It was very run focused with Jacobs because of the injuries to Love. But it's clearly evident that teams are still coming in, I think, and saying, okay, Jordan, you beat us. We're going to try to limit Josh Jacobs. It's up to you if you can actually beat us. And I do think there's at times an overreaction from the play of Jordan Love. I really do. Is he a perfect quarterback? No. Is there steps that he still has to take? Absolutely. But I feel like there's at times there's this overreaction to him, and it almost makes it sound like he's like one of the worst 5 quarterbacks in this league. That's essentially the few that came to the top of, nope, back up, special teams. You got to be coming into my office. And we need to have a little, powwow moment here and say, what is going on? How are we not doing our assignments in blocking? How are we not doing our assignments in coverage? What are we doing? What's the issue here? What do we have to do to get these guys to just follow their assignments, to block the right guy, to stay in the right lane? That's a big old reset button. Figure it out. Because I think a lot of Packers fans are probably a little sick and tired of games having special teams blunders that come back and haunt them. I don't know the numbers for the other 31 teams where there's been special teams issues, errors, whatever. So I can't compare if Green Bay is one of the tops. But I can say it's way too many. It's way, way, way too many. And they have got to figure that thing out, because the last thing we all want to see again is a game that they should have won, decided from a special teams play. A playoff game decided from a special teams play. Nobody wants to experience that again. And I honestly think, I don't know if he is, but I think Rich Bisaccia's seat should be warm. I'll go back to that comment from Matt LaFleur where he said, it's a big if, talking about if there's improved special teams play. That's a shot at the players. That's a shot at the coach. Maybe he's challenging them. But regardless, I'd take notice of that comment. All right, we got to take a quick break. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Deer season or football season, Mike Star Market Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausage, and more. And for the next big game, grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party, whether it's playoff baseball or some football. Local flavor, family service, and a quality that you can taste. Hey, that's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Let's catch up on a few of your messages on the YouTube stream. We've got Zach saying, so I think the NFL media sets the bar very high for this Packers team and basically put them under a microscope. And what I think sometimes people forget that it's not always easy to win games. Nick says, if you take away the 2 blocked kicks, this team is 4-0. Even with playing as bad as the offense did in week 3 and how poorly the defense played in the second half of the Dallas game, I don't know why some fans hate on Love so much. Look at the stats. So far, pretty impressive, to be honest. Brad from Bloomer says, it's 4 games into a 17-game season. Dan, I appreciate your comments about not living on such an emotional roller coaster that comes with every game. Heck, every play. Look back at a quarter of the way point in the Brewer season. Look what has happened. Point being is chill and enjoy the fact we have quality teams to follow and enjoy being fans of. I would agree with that, Brad. I would agree with that. And thanks for sending that over. I think part of it, and maybe, I was talking with somebody last night. I don't know if they want me to say who it is or not, but, we were talking a little bit last night, and they had shot me a text and such and wanted to know my thoughts on Green Bay. Like, are we good? Do you think we're going to be good, or what's the state? And they're just kind of like, it's hard looking at social media and seeing essentially all the negativity. And I think that's one thing for sports that I've done better over the years is just ignoring social media and ignoring some of the narratives out there. I think social media is an outlet for a lot of fans to vent their frustrations, to put it out there, to kind of vent their frustrations. Maybe if they go back and then look at it like, yeah, I probably overreacted a little bit or got a little heated in that moment. But, you see your friends or something, or you see other people kind of throw it out there that it gets you a little bit riled up. It doesn't do anybody any good. So I always have a philosophy. I'm not on social media anymore during games. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. There's enough people already talking about the games. Nobody needs to hear my, 2 cents until afterwards, probably. But I see some of this, just like, geesh. But and I'll be honest, I used to be in that world. I used to be the person that lived and breathed every play, every game. I used to be. Ask my wife, and I used to be. I don't know what finally dinged in my head when that light bulb went on, but it kind of changed for me. And I'm not that way anymore. Yeah, I still get disappointed. Yeah, I still get, upset if, a team loses or they play bad or something like that. You get a little down, you get a little frustrated and that, but I don't allow it to ruin my day or the week anymore. Right? So I do think there was just this, I think a lot of fans, a lot of people out there we got into the excitement right away with the Micah Parsons trade, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. It's like, here we go. Here we go. And you look at the outcome of the first 2 weeks, especially beating Detroit. We put it on a pedestal so high that a little bit of a hiccup or a couple hiccups, it's gotten to the point of, for some people, not everybody, but for some people, like, oh, this is, crappy team again. Team stinks. They ain't going anywhere. Bought too much into it. And this is, it kind of sounds a little weird, a comment from Matt LaFleur yesterday, but I agree with it. And I think he's right. But I think some people are going to take it the wrong way. And he said, quote, I don't expect us to play our best football in September. We've got to get better. Essentially what he's saying, I don't expect us to peak in September. I don't expect us, to be this best team in September. It's you want to, obviously you want your teams playing their best later on in the season, maybe riding a little bit of momentum and such. I don't want the team to peak in September, and we've been down that path before for Green Bay. What year was it? Was it 2015? I think it was 2015. Let me double check. 2015, bringing it up. Yeah, they started off 6-0. Remember, that was the year, too, that Jordy Nelson tore his ACL in preseason. But the team still started 6-0. They went into the bye week 6-0. They beat Chicago. They beat Seattle. They beat Kansas City. That was that Kansas City game where Pro Football Focus just gave Rodgers a bad. I was just talking about that yesterday. Gave Rodgers a bad grade, and he had like 4 or 5 touchdown passes. They beat the 49ers. They beat the Rams. They beat the Chargers. And I remember watching the Sunday night game coming off their bye because it was the Denver Broncos. I think the Broncos were undefeated heading into that game too. Let me double check. Yeah, they were also undefeated. So you had 2 6-0 teams going at it. How did Green Bay finish that season? 10-6. So they started 6-0, but then they finished 10-6. They made the postseason. They beat Washington, and then they lost to Arizona, that crazy Arizona OT game where they didn't have anybody left from a receiver standpoint. But it was like, you look at that Denver game, they lost 3 in a row after that. They lost to Denver because everybody's like, boy, did Denver break Green Bay? They lost to Carolina the week after. I'm trying to remember, was that the Cam Newton game where Cam Newton called out Clay Matthews? Like, Clay Matthews called the play and Cam Newton said, still going to run it, and they scored. I'm trying to remember if that was the game or not. They lost to Detroit. They beat Minnesota. I think that was the James Jones hoodie game. Lost to Chicago. And then ended up losing the end of the season to the Cardinals, to the Cardinals and to the Vikings. I was at that Vikings game too. Because that would have won the division. That was a division championship game. Point being, again, I think it's a quote from Matt LaFleur from yesterday's presser that I'm sure some fans took the wrong way, but I get what he's saying, and honestly, I would agree with him. But in the same breath, enough talk. Let's do. Let's see you get better. Let's see you play your best football November, December. Because you still can't get away with just coming off of slow starts to begin the season in September and October and try to kick it into gear. You don't want to be playing too far behind. All right, we got to take another break here. We'll wrap up the second hour. I want to get back to some more baseball talk as well. Brewers fans, what are your thoughts on a potential Cubs series? Cubs win today. It'll be Brewers-Cubs to begin Saturday. What's your thoughts on that? When drivers at Eau Claire need a mechanic they can trust, they turn to AJM Automotive. Known for honest work, fair pricing, and quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's a daily driver or a weekend toy, AJM Automotive treats every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Just give them a call today to set up your appointment at 715 835 9523. Don't forget, too, if you need those new tires before the winter season approaches, doesn't feel like winter's coming anytime soon with some of the temperatures that we're definitely having. But hey, I just got mine a couple weeks ago from AJM. New tires on the truck, ready to do battle for winter. Also got oil change over there, too. So really ready to hit up this winter season. So a couple of messages here this morning. Zach says the negativity on Facebook is crazy in regard to football. James says, I was one of those rare Brewers fans that was quietly thinking it wouldn't break my heart. It wouldn't break my heart if we ended up with the 2 seed so we could avoid the Cubs after watching what the Dodgers did to the Reds last night. I'm glad we have the 1 seed. Bring on the Cubbies. So we're going to talk some more baseball, Brewers, coming up in the next hour. So Brewers wise, in the first hour when we spent some time talking about it, we threw out a couple questions there. Who do you think are some of the key players? I say players because I don't think it could be just one. But who are some of the key players for this Brewers team that kind of have to rise up, rise to the challenge, and help lead this ball club to hopefully a long and deep postseason run? Who are some of those players? We went through a laundry list in the first hour. We'll revisit some of that coming up in the next hour. But if you're just joining in and you haven't had a chance to chime in on that topic, you can do so now. All right. Maybe we'll find out later today if it will be the Cubs facing the Brewers. Cubs are just 1 win away from advancing and facing the Brewers. If it is Brewers versus Cubs, I'm going to be very interested to see how many Cubs fans are going to be there. I personally feel like there's going to be a lot, and that's why, from one aspect, it's like I don't try to get into the whole I'd rather play this team sort of thing. But in this case, when it comes to the Cubs, I'd rather play the Padres for the sole reason of I'm sure there'll be Padres fans there, but probably not as many Cubs fans, right? That's my big reason. Plus, the Padres stink on the road. So that's the only reason where it's like, yeah, I'd probably rather have the Padres because I don't want to see that other blue behind the Cubs dugout. But man, if we do get that series, you want to talk about some of the nerves, some of the aggression, some of the anxiety in those games, in those series. That's probably the other thing I don't want to have to deal with either. I really want to beat the Cubs because we all know the narratives that are going to be in there, right? It's Council. It's the division rival. Cubs fans at American Family Field. It's going to be all that. But on the positive side is if the Brewers win it, hey, sweet victory. Sweet victory. But we'll talk some more Brewers baseball coming up next hour. Don't forget, it is a stock report Wednesday. So whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? Okay? Make your picks by hitting me up with a text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, or you can comment on the video streams. If you just maybe missed it, there's a quarterback change in Cleveland. Dylan Gabriel is going to be getting the starts against the Vikings this weekend in London. So no more Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco will serve as the backup. Shedeur Sanders still serving as the third quarterback, but it's going to be Dylan Gabriel getting the starts against the Vikings. So Dylan Gabriel versus Carson Wentz in London. Just like we all probably thought at the beginning of the year, right? Probably what we all thought. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off in less than a minute here. So, plus, I do want to talk a little hockey coming up a little bit later on as well. We'll probably get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. I know we got some Wild fans. Probably a big day yesterday with the Wild. So, we'll throw a little hockey that the preseason is in swing underway here for the NHL. So if you're a Wild fan, you can chime in on what you view about your team and this upcoming season and such. So we'll probably hit that up again in the 9 o'clock hour or so. So switching gears there a little bit too. I love October. Lots going on in October. 2 in. We got a couple more to go. We got some news updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, the third hour kicking off right now on this first day of October, Wednesday. Make it a turn Wednesday. If you're just checking in and joining us, where have you been? We've chatted some Packers, we've chatted some Brewers, some MLB postseason. We've got stock reports coming up. Send me your stock risers and stock fallers. Whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? All right, you can text those out over to us. That Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more football talk a little bit later on, but I do want to get back to some baseball talk right now as The first games of the postseason officially in the books, the wild card round yesterday. You had the Tigers picking up a win, the Cubs picking up a win, the Red Sox taking down the Yankees, and the Dodgers putting up 10 runs. Home run fest for them over the Reds, which means those teams, those winners, are just one win away from advancing to the divisional series, which Brewers fans again means one win away from having a Brewers Cubs NLDS. If the Padres do win, or if it's Cleveland or the Yankees or the Reds, we'll go to a decisive game 3. And excuse me, those potential game 3s will be played on Thursday. Because we know Brewers going to be kicking off their postseason run starting on Saturday. Who are you think players for a potential, hopefully long postseason run for the Brewers? Talked about this piece in the first hour, and if you missed it, I highly suggest it. I think it's an interesting piece, interesting article from Adam McCulvey at Brewers.com, because there's been a lot of Brewers fans over the last few years, and I get it, rightfully so and such, but there's been some Brewers fans over the years that have kind of like, okay, what kind of leader is Christian Yelich? Does he need to be more vocal? Is he even a leader? And it's a good piece by Adam McCulvey to give us a little bit of an insight on what Yelich has been doing this year and becoming that more vocal leader. Because I think if you look at the last few years and you ask Brewers fans, all right, who's the leader of this team? Probably would have said Willie Adames, right? Probably would have been Willie. And heading into this year, that was one of the concerns and one of the questions that I think a lot of Brewers fans had. It's like, okay, who is going to step up into that leadership role? Because we haven't really seen, at least in the public, Yelich being a big-time vocal leader, kind of like a Willie Adames. And, hey, personalities are different for everybody, right? And I am a big believer that leaders lead in different ways. And to be an effective leader, to be a great leader, you have to realize that others are motivated different ways. Not everybody is motivated by yelling, screaming, rah, rah, rah. Not everybody is motivated by just follow my example. There's different ways. And to be an effective, to be a great leader, especially in the sport, not only in the sports world, but I think even in our world, everyday world, businesses and such, leaders know how to get the most out of every individual employee, player, whatever it is. Everybody gets motivated different ways. But I think, I don't want to read it. I don't want to go through it all and such, but I think it's a really kind of interesting piece. It gives us a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what steps Christian Yelich took this year to be a little bit more of a vocal leader. Now, Yelich, again, kind of dumbs it down or does it, he's like a little bit of a humble. He's like, I don't think I'm doing really anything different than I have in years past. But you've got guys like Ricky Weeks and other people on there saying, oh, yeah, he's definitely been more of a vocal leader this year. And I think for Brewers fans, you're probably like saying, whew, all right, finally, or good to hear. It makes sense it's got to be Christian Yelich, right? For as long as he's been there, the guy, you look at the squad, you look at the roster, how many times he's been in the postseason, how many times they've fallen short in the postseason. I mean, he was the first year. He was with the Brewers, was 18. And that was the last year that this team has won a postseason series. Naturally, it would have to be Christian Yelich. So kudos, I think, to him and some people just are not comfortable being leaders. They're just not. That's not in their DNA. But from reading that, it seems like Yelich recognized, okay, maybe got to do a little bit more here. Help lead this ball club. Because let's face it, too, he's nearing the end of his career. I don't know how many more years he's going to have left. He ain't a spring chicken anymore. It's go time. He's one of those, too. We've said it a lot as fans. It's great going to the postseason, but we want a little bit more now. We've got to that point where if you are a Brewers fan, You want a little bit more. You want a little bit more success in the postseason. And I think Yelich is right there with you. You know, he got that taste at 18, one game away from going to the World Series. That's the last series they won. Sure, he said embrace it because you don't know when it's going to be the last. But I feel like he's also like, okay, not enough anymore just to get there. Let's try to advance, have a little bit more success getting to the postseason. Not just happy to be here. We still got some major goals to accomplish. And I think that's why he's one of the key players for this postseason. Now, I don't think this Brewers team is a team that's built on they could win games based off of just one or two players. You know, you look at like the Dodgers game, for example, last night. Ohtani with a couple dingers, Hernandez and such, a couple dingers too. You're not going to get that type of offensive performance from the Brewers. Phillies could probably do the same thing. Schwarber, Harper, et cetera, et cetera. Cubs probably could do it too. Brewers, odds are probably not. Maybe we can be surprised every once in a while. But I feel like maybe more so than any other team in the postseason for baseball, the Brewers have to win by a complete and total team effort, just like they have done throughout this entire regular season. There are key players that have to, I feel like, have some great games and lead it. It's the Tarangs, it's the Yeliches, it's the Contrerases, it's the Jackson Cheerios, it's Freddie Peralta, the pitchers, McGill and Uribe, Aaron Ashby. But that's a lot, right? It's not just one or two. But I feel like this Brewers team, maybe more so than any other team, I could throw maybe the Reds in there too, but I don't know how many people are bullish on the Reds for advancing. But this is a team, again, remember, they didn't have any position players at All-Star. They're the number one team in wins, best record in all of baseball. And for a long time, they only had one All-Star representative. That was Freddie Peralta. This has to come from a complete and total team effort. And I look at that lineup. If it's the lineup that we've seen in the last week or so, Yelly at top, Cheerio 2, Tarang at 3, probably Contreras at 4, Frelick at 5, Vaughn at 6. A lot could be decided by those 6 guys. Those 6 batters. I think for offensive production, manufacturing those runs, it'll be decided by those 6. Are they going to be on their games? I think a wild card could potentially be like a Caleb Durbin because he's had some big-time hits, crucial hits in his rookie season. Like, if I had to pick a wild card player, I'd probably go Durbin. Just, I don't know. Because I look at last year's playoff series. Remember, too, were the guys we hit the home runs in that game 3? It was Frelick and, was it Garrett Mitchell? So who's that unexpected player? Or maybe it was Bowers, but who is that unexpected player? I think it was Mitchell. That is just going to make a big play. That might determine the game. I feel like that's Caleb Durbin, if I were to pick a player. Whether it's a big-time home run, a big-time base hit, or whatever the case, or maybe it's just an overall awesome, fantastic game, that wild card player, I'm going to roll with Caleb Durbin. A little bit of a wild card pick. And again, he's had some good moments. There's no question about it. He's had some good moments. He's had some big hits. He's also been hit a lot. He's made some great defensive plays. That is a guy, when we look at how his season has transpired, being acquired in a Devin Williams trade, more of a second baseman, kind of shortstop. Can he play third? Started off in the minors, gets promoted. He is one of those guys. Just like almost everybody on this roster, but he is one of those guys. Are the Brewers in this position without Caleb Durbin? I don't think so. But you can say that for a ton of these guys because it's a complete and total team effort from this Brew crew. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more baseball talk coming up here. I want to hear from you, though. Hit us up with some text or comments on the video streams, all that fun stuff. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stock reports are due I'll get to my stock reports coming up here probably just past 8:30 this morning. But final call if you want to send over any stock risers, stock fallers, and such. So coming up next hour, too, we're going to talk a little hockey with the preseason underway. We've got preseason basketball for the NBA starting up here next week for the Bucks. So, yeah, that is around the corner, too. Informal poll question. What's your favorite sports month? October or April? Let's say April, because you still got college basketball Final Four in there. You got the Masters. You got the NFL draft. You got baseball going on. A little bit different, right? A couple different, things. NFL-wise, it's just the draft, but still, pretty big event. October, it's pretty much all games. Whereas April, it's, you got some games, but mixed in with some events. Man, unless I'm missing another month, like the worst month, in my opinion, for sports is July. Because you've got baseball going on and such, but then you have a week off because of the All-Star break, and it gets pretty quiet. Like July, I think, is like the worst. Are you in October or are you let's say April? I know you can say March Madness and such, but you still got, I'm kind of combining March and April into one because you got the Final Four and such. So March into April or October. I'll be honest, I keep going back and forth on it. Are you all about the games or maybe you're just that big of an NFL draft nerd like myself and you can't get enough of it? But it's a fantastic, fantastic month because feels like everything's in action. With the NHL already getting some preseason games in, NBA, obviously college football, NFL, and then baseball playoffs. So, again, for your playoff schedule, it's the same as yesterday. MLB not tinkering it or anything like that. First up is going to be a little past noon today. Get the Tigers and the Guardians. Tigers lead that series 1-0. Tigers win. They move on. Then you got the Cubs and the Padres. A little past 2. Cubs win. They move on. Boston, New York. A little past 5. Red Sox win. They move on. Dodgers, Reds, the nightcap. A little past 8 o'clock. If the Dodgers win, they will move on. So if the Dodgers win, I'll set up Dodgers, Phillies, which, that should be a tasty one, I would imagine, too. If then you look at the AL side of things, if the Tigers win, they'd face the Mariners, and then, Boston wins, they'd face the Toronto Blue Jays for a little AL East division matchup. But, okay. Got a couple of stock risers. John says my stock riser is Puka Nacua. He's been dominant, leads in receptions, receiving yards early this season, and not even a first-month MVP shout-out. Stock faller goes to Mike Gundy after getting fired from Oklahoma State after 20 years. Bob says his stock riser, his stock riser is the MLB postseason. I love baseball playoffs. Stock faller is the Green Bay defense after their performance from Sunday. Some more stock fallers and risers here. We've got a stock riser in the form of the Brewers. This is from Travis. Travis says, stock riser, the Brewers for setting the franchise record for most wins in their franchise history. Stock faller, potential for them to play the Cubs. It's the one team I did not want to play in the postseason. Okay. I hear you. We got Travis with another stock riser, stock faller. Travis says stock riser. He's also going with the Brewers for setting the franchise record for 97 wins. Stock faller is Packers defense. Continue to send those on over if you'd like. James says keys for the Brewers. I was happy to see Jackson Cheerios bat reawaken. Going to need his best swings. Bullpen needs to find its consistency. Nobody gets injured. So, yeah, all good points. All very good points. Anybody going to a Brewers postseason game? Anybody got plans, got tickets? Going to be heading down to AmFam Field? Going to be taking in a Brewers game? I wonder if Brandon's going or not. I'll have to ask him. We might have to stop Brandon from going if he does go. You know what I mean? Right? So, another texter. This is from Mark says, I read that article on Brewers.com about Christian Yelich. I agree. Some interesting insight on how Yelich has adapted to being a leader. It's good to see, or good to hear, or maybe good to read at this point, that he adapted and filled in the leadership role left by Willie Adames. Yeah, I mean, it's a good piece. I suggest everybody go to Brewers.com and read it, because again, I think that was always a kind of a topic: is Christian Yelich a leader? Like, what kind of leader is he? Because it did seem like he was a big vocal leader. That seemed to be Willie Adames, and I know that was a big concern for a lot of Brewers fans when the season began. Not only did they not replace Willie Adames, from an offensive standpoint, bat standpoint, but the leadership role. Who was going to be the guy that was going to step up and kind of be that vocal leader for the Brewers? And for a lot of us, I mean, we don't see what's going on in the clubhouse. We don't see, a lot of that stuff, or hear a lot of what the players are saying to each other and such. But from all accounts, Christian Yelich has definitely stepped up to the plate, pun intended, and become a little bit more of a vocal leader for the crew. Just a couple quotes I thought were that and I'll be honest, I kind of forgot Jace Peterson. I did forget Jace Peterson was with the team, not as a player, but remember Jace Peterson a few years ago? He's with the team. I think this is one of the coolest titles, job titles in the world too. He is on the quote high performance team as sort of a chief vibes officer. Yeah. Who wouldn't want a job title like that? But he's also one that said a lot about Christian Yelich stepping up, saying, quote, I'm so proud of him because it can be hard for guys who are leaders, but not necessarily vocal leaders. When you start morphing into the vocal side, it can be unnatural. Some guys can't do that, but Yelich has the unique gift to not only lead by example, but lead vocally. Ricky Weeks seconding that, saying 100% he's been more vocal. That's been really good for him, and it's been great for us too. It means so much more when it comes from a player. I would agree with that. I mean, how many times for a lot of us who have played whatever level, and it's not a knock on coaches, but sometimes when a player steps up, or a player or is talking and trying to rile you up, or giving you some, trying to get your head up and such, it does hit you a little bit different, right? It hits you a little bit differently when your teammate or a player kind of comes over. Remember when Aaron Jones's last year in Green Bay, who was the receiver? Was it Wicks? I think it was Wicks. Remember that shot? Like, he dropped the ball or he fumbled it. He had his head down and Jones ran up to him and lifted his head up. It's those players' leaders. Player leadership is such a, I think, underrated value, underrated aspect of successful teams. When you think about successful teams, so many people talk about the talent, coaching maybe, or something like that, but player leadership to me is such a huge factor in that too. Because you look at a lot of the championship teams, or a lot of these great teams over the years, and you can pinpoint not only talent, maybe a little luck with injury wise, but you can pinpoint some leaders. 2010 Packers, Charles Woodson, probably a couple others. Throw a little DD, Donald Driver, right? 96 Packers, you can throw in a little Reggie White. Others on that team too. You could look at certain individuals and look at those championship caliber teams, and more times than not, you're going to see, oh yeah, we know that guy's the leader, and that's a big part of the success for a lot of these teams. All right, let's take a quick break, and then I'll have my stock reports, stock risers, stock fallers, last call for yours. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's do some stock reports. I'm going to start it off with stock fallers for me. I'm going to go WNBA. There's some not positive stuff coming out in terms of their leadership and such. And I mean, there's especially coming from their league commissioner, Kathy Engelbert. There's not a lot of, shall we say, love and supports coming from her. Now, Minnesota Lynx player Collier blasted the WNBA leadership in her, this was from ESPN, in her exit interview Tuesday, accusing the league commissioner of negligent in her governance. She also said the league has failed to sufficiently address issues with officiating, compensation for players, the state of the overall product. She also alleged that Engelbert told her in a private conversation that superstar Caitlin Clark and other young standouts should, quote, be on their knees in gratitude for the platform that the league has given them. Yikes. So, yeah, stock faller to me is WNBA and the leadership. I guess the leadership for the WNBA. We got a finals matchup. How many of you knew about it right now? It's Phoenix and Vegas for what it's worth. Fever falling to Vegas last night. No Caitlin Clark for the Fever as she's been banged up pretty much like the entire season, big part of the season and such. So that's my stock faller. My stock riser, I'm going to go with the Brewers. Yeah, I'm going to keep it kind of simple, but 97 wins, setting the franchise record. You know, I don't know if that was, I think it was a little bit of a, how do I want to say this? I think the team wanted it. Now, were they going to put all hands on deck and trying to get it after they had clinched the one spot or clinched a bye? Probably not. But you hear Pat Murphy say, I'm glad, the team's going to remember for, this team. It's another thing that they're going to be remembered for and such. I think there was a little bit of, yeah, we want this. We want to set that record. Everybody does, right? I mean, again, it's the human element coming into this thing. So still cool to see 97 wins. This team, bunch of average Joes and most wins in Major League Baseball. Just hope, beyond all hope, that this is a team that can make a deep postseason run. Because let's be honest. The 97 wins in the regular season, setting the franchise record, being the 1 seed overall, are we going to remember that if it's a quick playoff exit? We might remember it a little bit because of the fun the team had and such. I mean, we still talk about a little bit of 18 and 2011. I mean, those were teams that went to the CS, though. But if it's an early exit, which hopefully it's not, if it's an early exit, will it be viewed upon as positive as it has been so far? Like 20 years from now. Hopefully we don't have to have that topic of conversation, though, when it comes to this Brewers team. So, couple more stock reports, stock risers, stock fallers. Travis is going to go stock riser Brewers for setting. A lot of people picking the 97 wins. Stock riser Brewers for 97 wins. Stock faller. Again, a lot of people picking the same stock faller, Packers defense. Stock riser. We've got another pick here for postseason baseball. This is from Adam. Love postseason baseball. Stock faller, the Wisconsin Badger football team. Yeah, I thought about putting Chris McIntosh actually in my stock faller after talking with RJ Cardinal yesterday, because I had missed the reports out there that the board, chancellor, maybe trying to look at ways to limit McIntosh and his hirings, like take away his ability to hire coaches. I mean, think about that. You're an athletic director, and you're going to be stripped of your ability to maybe hire, I would imagine fire coaches in the same breath. Like if you can't hire, I would imagine you wouldn't be able to fire either. But I mean, that's like step one. And it's a big step towards on the way out. I mean, think about that. You're getting duties removed from you. That obviously means, hey, we're not satisfied with the job that you're doing. There's some issues, and we're taking steps towards maybe trying to correct that, or steps towards of trying to boot you out the door. I The thing is like I know we've talked about it off and on when it comes to Badger football. I just Michigan coming up this weekend. Are you even gaga about it? Are you excited about it? At the big house? Me? Meh. No. No, I'm not. I don't see another win on the schedule for Wisconsin. I just don't. I don't see where that win's gonna be at. Especially, okay, some people might say, well, what about Washington? Washington, I mean, outside of the game against Ohio State, they were putting up some major points. And with that Badger pass defense, be like, they may be back to putting up a bunch of points. So I don't see it. I don't see it. And I hate saying that, but I don't have the enthusiasm when it comes to Badger football. I think another stock faller I could have thrown in there, stayed with the Badgers, would have been the loss of Kirk Petty. I do think that is a big time loss for that basketball program. For how much he helped out that program, install a new style of offense, the recruiting from international players and such. Maybe he's still able to help them out being in New Zealand, kind of remote sort of thing, but he's not going to be on the bench. He's not going to be in the building and that. But I do think that is a big loss for that program, and hopefully they can kind of overcome that. Whether, Brad Davison's coming in, maybe he can kind of take the reins and continue to improve that offensive play and such, or I don't know if he's going to be heavily involved in that or what the roles are specifically going to be. But I do think, because you look at the last couple of years and you see the emergence of this Badgers offense, and you see a change in, recruiting processes. A lot of it points directly to Kirk Petty and the role he had with the team. And that's where Greg Gard, give him a ton of credit for adapting. RJ talked about it again yesterday about, NIL stuff. He's going out there. He's finding money. He's trying to find money for NIL for basketball. He gets it. He understands it. And it may not all work, but I think at least for fans, you have to appreciate that he's trying to do something. He's trying to do something to combat this crazy NIL transfer portal world that is now college basketball, college sports. So I give a ton of credit to Greg Gard for thinking outside the box and maybe doing just a little bit more to try to take that program up another notch, to have that program competing against some of the other top programs in the country. But I do think that Kirk Petty loss is, I think, a significant one. Hopefully it's not a huge one where it completely unravels it. That would be a little dramatic, but he was a big part of that team and the success for the last couple of years. And hopefully not a lot of recruits will decide to leave either. We've seen that before, right? That's what I don't want to see. All right, final break here. We'll do that. Then we'll wrap up the third hour of the program. Want to continue to hear from you, though. Send me those texts. Comment on the video stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. John asks, hypothetically, let's say the Badgers go into Michigan and beat them. Could you consider it Luke Fickell's signature win? And would that relieve a lot of pressure that's been put on him to be fired? No question, it would be easily his signature win, because I don't even think he has one yet. I know Brandon and I have talked about that a little bit. I don't even think he has that signature win. I would not say it relieves a lot of pressure. I honestly feel like you're going to have fans say, too little, too late. Maybe it alleviates it for a hot minute, but a lot of pressure, no, because too little, too late, or what took you so long, or it's about time, those type of phrases are going to come out. That's my belief. But no question would that be a signature win. I don't think it's enough. The only way that I think he relieves a ton of pressure off of him, okay, you beat Michigan, and then maybe you beat either Ohio State or Oregon. One of the top two teams. Which we pick that's going to happen. I mean, it is sports, and we've seen some crazy stuff, but I mean, that would be crazy with a capital C. That's just my pick. So, but I honestly feel like, for everybody who wants Luke Fickell gone, we're going to get another year. That buyout, I just think that buyout is going to be an issue. And we're probably going to have another year with this. And let's say Wisconsin doesn't get another win this year. They finish with just 2 wins. And you go into next year. Boy, got to be like a sitting duck at that point, I would imagine. Unless big-time donors come through and, up the ante for that buyout. But I saw Adam Schefter retweet this. This Browns fan has this jersey. It's a tip couch jersey, okay? And underneath the couch name has the list of every other starting quarterback since 1999. Because Dylan Gabriel becomes the 41st Browns starting quarterback since 1999. Think about that. 41st. 26 years. Right? 41st starting quarterback. And you look at Green Bay now, if we added everybody who has started a game because of injuries, but Favre, Rodgers, Flynn, Seneca, Tolzien, Brett Hundley, Jordan Love, Malik Willis. Did I miss anybody on there? That's 8. Right? I don't think I missed anybody. Favre, for starters. Favre, because he didn't miss a single game until Rodgers came in. So Favre, Rodgers. Then Matt Flynn. Then it was Seneca Wallace. Then it was Scott Tolzien. Matt Flynn again, but we don't need to count him again. And I'm trying to think, did anybody else for that? Brett Hundley. Jordan Love and Malik Willis. Is it only 8? Am I missing anybody else? I don't think I'm missing anybody else. But that tells you something too. Like maybe it's just because I'm a nerd, but that I can go through that and list all of them because it's incredibly rare as a Packers fan to go through that. But holy moly, 41st. And what are the odds that they got it right with Dylan Gabriel? And the thing is, if I were willing to play some bets, Shadeur's probably going to start a game too for the Browns at some point. So they may have at least three different starting quarterbacks. That's insane. That's insane. Tim Couch, former great Packer quarterback for a hot minute in preseason. You guys remember that? I remember it just for a hot minute. So, all right. Coming up next hour, I know we got a few minutes yet here too, but just really quick, coming up next hour, we'll get back to more baseball talk. I do want to talk a little hockey coming up next hour as well, because, we've got some wild news. We've got, preseason games and all that fun stuff. So we'll hit that. But if you want to send me some predictions, go ahead and do so for the wild card games for today. Do you think who clinches today? Who moves on to the DS for the divisional series? Cubs get it done? Dodgers? Tigers? Red Sox? Are they going to knock out the Yankees? Give me your picks. We'll get to those picks and predicts coming up a little bit later on. We were talking some Packers in the 7 o'clock hour, too. Who are the players or the people that if you were to say, okay, you need to use this bye week to kind of press the reset button, kind of just, get away from the game and maybe just come in on Monday and, have that reset button, reboot button or whatever. Who really needs to come out of this bye week with their hair on fire? Or who do you think, maybe this is the better question. Who do you think benefits the most out of this bye week? Obviously, the guys who are hurt, like Zach Tom, Aaron Banks, Devontae Wyatt, probably benefit from the bye week from an injury health standpoint. But if we look at it from, hey, maybe this guy just needs a week from a play standpoint. Who is that player or players that would benefit the most from this bye week? Just to maybe kind of get away and just maybe kind of calm some things down and settle some things down, because really a week before the season with the Micah Parsons trade, it was a whirlwind, right? Parsons comes in. Oh, wow, all the attention, the limelight, the talk, et cetera, et cetera. Then you beat the Lions. All right. Then you beat the Commanders on a short week. Yes, Super Bowl favorites. Then you lose to the Browns and tie to the Cowboys, which to me still feels like a loss. I feel like this bye week is coming at a beneficial time for Green Bay. Yes, probably halfway through the season, more teams prefer that. But it usually tends to work itself out. And I think for Green Bay right now, it's a beneficial time for this bye week. Not only just because of the injuries, but I think just to settle everything down. To kind of settle, if I don't know if there's any panic, but, it's been a weird 5 weeks. We talk about the week before the season and you get the Micah Parsons trade. It's been an EKG. It's been up and down, all over the place. And I think this is a perfect time to have this bye for everything, just to kind of okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's take a deep breath here. Refocus, regroup. Because that week before the season, it's okay, we have Micah Parsons. We don't have Kenny Clark anymore. Jeff Hafley, defensive staff, had a week to kind of change everything that they've been doing all offseason, preseason, and training camp. Now you get a chance to step back here a little bit and kind of okay, do some self-scouting and get yourself reset a little bit. And I think that's where maybe a guy like Jeff Hafley. It's okay, great 2 weeks, actually great 3 weeks. I don't fault the defense in that Cleveland game. Second half of the Cowboys game. All right, let's just take a step back. Let's take a deep breath here, okay? Let's take a look at what I got, what's working, what's not, where's some adjustments. I think a bye week helps out this defense just kind of regroup a little bit. I mean, offensively, too, you look at it, I think from an offensive line standpoint, yes, the injuries, but at the same breath, it's all right, if we are going to still miss Zach Tom for a little bit and Aaron Banks here for a little bit, what is our best 5? And I think for Elton Jenkins, he's called out his play too. Taking a step back and okay, what's working, what's not working? What do I got to do to be better? Sean Ryan. I mean, the list kind of goes on. But for that offensive line, just to kind of regroup a little bit, I think will be beneficial for this ball club this week. And same for Matt LaFleur. I feel like a lot of times the play calls, the play strategy, the offensive strategy has been, again, at times, not quite sure what the motive, what quite the idea is. Again, he's 500 million times smarter than I am. Although our flag football team did win again last night. 3 wins in a row. Offensive guy here. Shout out to our defense, though. Stopping him at a big play. Shout out to Coach Garrett. But I think if you're Matt LaFleur, you really need to take this week, go through that offensive game plan. All right, my offensive line's a little bit banged up. Some of the guys aren't playing at a high level. How do I get this running game going here a little bit? Now you might have Christian Watson coming here in a couple weeks. How do you get ready to incorporate him back into your offense? That's asking a lot to do in just a week. But that's honestly what I feel like this team has to do this week. Take a step back, regroup, reset, and you're not going to have another bye week to kind of do this. So you got to get it right. You're going to have a mini bye week after Thanksgiving, but this is a week where, all right, whatever you decide to do differently or change up a little bit, that's what you kind of have to roll with. All right, 3 in. We got one more to go. We got some news updates, and we'll be back after those quick words. All right, the final hour on this first day of October kicks off right now. We appreciate you hanging out with us and making us, well, probably your start of your day, or you're probably already at it if you got a normal 8 to 5, 9 to 5 schedule and such. But nonetheless, thank you for hanging out with us here this morning. We're going to get back to some baseball talk as game 2 of the wild card series coming up just hours from now, just past noon. That first game between Detroit and Cleveland. Detroit wins it. They move on. After that, at 2 o'clock, you've got San Diego taking on the Cubbies. Cubbies win. They're going to move on to take on the Brewers. Red Sox win. They're going to move on. And if the Dodgers win, they're going to move on too. And they'll be going up against the Phillies. So we'll get back to some baseball talk here a little bit. I do want to switch gears, though, and try a little hockey because October is one of those best sports months, I think, because of everything that's going on. Hockey, NBA preseason games starting up next week already, too. Obviously, college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball postseason, heck, WNBA finals. You could throw them into there, too. I mean, there's like a lot of stuff going on here. And yesterday, for Wild fans, kind of a big day, right? Re-signing your boy yesterday. Something I think, Luke, you've kind of mentioned before, making sure to get it done. So how pumped were you yesterday to see that?
It was probably the best Minnesota sports news I've had in a few months anyway. I was like, when I saw the thing, like the notification come up on my phone, I actually did like, yes, thank gosh. Because it was starting to look, broadly speaking, it was starting to look worse for the Wild. Nothing really had happened since that, what was it, September 8th or so, whenever the news broke about Kaprizov rejecting what was then the biggest contract offer in NHL history. And been like the preseason press conferences. I'm like, well, I like Minnesota, all of that sort of stuff. There was a podcast I'd heard. Mark Rosen, some of you listening may be familiar with him. Long time sports anchor at WCCO. Now he does a weekly podcast. Brought on Jim Suhan from Star Tribune. Longtime Star Tribune sports writer / columnist. This is about a week and a half ago or whenever it was, 2 weeks ago. And talking about the way that this was moving felt kind of like the free agent to be who kind of wants to either leave or just take whatever is the highest deal ultimately later. And they're going to say all the right things because they don't want to get booed all season long in the lead up to it. It's what Kaprizov was doing, but then it felt like that maybe this is all going to end with him just taking bigger money next summer when factoring in deals and all sorts of stuff. There's more particulars of how the NHL was going to work next year. Won't get into that, but the point being, he could have made a little bit more, and it was a little disadvantageous to the Wild next summer in particular. Or they'd have to think of trading him like now. Either way, the Wild would have, I mean, realistically, had Kirill Kaprizov left the Minnesota Wild there, I'm just saying this, it probably would have peaked at like maybe third in their division for the next, say, 4 or 5 years in a best case scenario. I don't think they're a Stanley Cup. I mean, I know you could do the whole, well, they've only made one conference finals in their history. True. That was back in 2003 in a bit of a miracle run anyway. But they would not be a legitimate Stanley Cup final contender had Kirill Kaprizov left. I think either, of course, as a free agent, but even with a trade. It's that classic thing of when you trade away a big star, can you get enough assets to match or exceed that? And it rarely works. I know you could always point to, well, Herschel Walker. Well, in retrospect, that wasn't as big of a star going over.
Right.
It's like if you're trading off right now, well, okay, I guess we're going to find out with Micah Parsons. There's a good current example we're going to see pretty soon. But we still got a whole lot more games play out to know. In the way that the NHL works, I don't think, from what I was hearing, and people analyzing it, they probably wouldn't have gotten close to competing.
Yeah.
Realistically. Of course, if Kaprizov had just left, not that they would have been the worst team in the NHL, but maybe they would have made the playoffs once or twice. Now they are a contender for the Stanley Cup. They are They're not a favorite,
Right.
of course. They still have a few things to work on, but at least now you can see the path to a Stanley Cup with them, which Kaprizov provides because of his goal scoring. He's like at the top or near the top of a whole lot of franchise records, quarter century in here. He's the best player the Minnesota Wild have ever had. He could win the Hart Trophy at some point, the MVP of the NHL. The pace he was on last season could have gotten him the Hart Trophy, and then he had that injury and was out for several months. That killed that. But that's the kind of player that's the caliber of player. They had to find a way to keep Kirill Kaprizov, and it's a long-term deal. It's a lot of money for a guy who's going to be in his 30s well into his 30s when it's done.
8 years, $136 million, the highest.
And it's a lot of signing bonuses. So it's like $1 million annual salaries, and then like 18 sign, 18, like it's like 18.1, 18.1, 18.1 to start, and then it starts to dwindle, but it's still in the teens. And he's 28, 29. Yeah, like he's older than you would think. Because it took a while for him to come over from Russia. Finally came over 4 years ago. It still feels like he just got here, because I remember all of the when is he going to come? When is he going to come? Is he going to come? And then he finally came. So it's all a little bit delayed anyway. But there's a risk with that you're going to be paying a lot of money to a player who maybe has even more injuries and just can't stay on the rink, and his abilities are going down. But you'd rather do that than not have him at all. I don't think it necessarily hurts the salary cap that much either, because the cap is going up. We already know what the figures are. The NHL published that. I was reading Michael Russo from The Athletic, his story on this, and mentioning how when the NHL, we probably remember this from a few months ago, where they said, this year's salary cap, next year will be this, the year after this will be this. And at that point, it basically made it so the agents and the teams go, oh, okay, is this what we're dealing with? Let's go straight to the money. So you know what you have there, but also figure it's going to keep going up, up, up. It's one of these deals that looks sketchy now, maybe if you're looking at it from a negative point of view. Probably not as much down the road, because ostensibly there'll be more and more revenue. There'll be more room to sign other players come 2031, 2032, 2033 as we get towards the end of the contract.
Let me ask you this as a Minnesota sports fan. This might be a little wild, but no pun intended. What would garner the biggest celebration, a Vikings Super Bowl or a Wild Stanley Cup?
Oh, the Vikings.
Is it the Vikings still?
Yeah,
even though it's the state of hockey?
I think that the Wild would be number 2. It would be bigger than the Twins. I think that's in part because
a little more recent.
Yeah. So there's that. And also, as much as baseball is big, baseball is a big upper Midwestern thing. Town ball over essentially what we call Legion ball here.
Yeah.
Well, we don't call it. It is a Legion ball. Town ball over there. That's more endemic to both states. Hockey's fairly big here. Of course, it's white hot over in Minnesota. I'd say the Wild would be number 2. I think the Wolves might actually be up to 3. Now we have to start throwing the links into this too, because they're bigger. That WNBA is bigger than it was when they were winning their championships last decade. The Vikings are one because, yes, it's the NFL. Yeah, okay, true. But the history of not winning something for so long, that's so... the pressure cooker analogy is probably the best one there.
Right.
You have no idea what it's going to be like if that happens. Like, that changes people's lives. And I as ridiculous as that sounds, think Red Sox winning the World Series in 2004, Cubs in 2016. That's kind of akin to the Vikings winning the Super Bowl. It's that reaction from fans like, oh, yay.
I'm curious to hear maybe from Wisconsin, because there's a part of me that still feels like if the Packers won a Super Bowl, that would be celebrated a little bit more than a Brewers World Series.
I think, it still is, because Packers are so, again, it spreads into so many parts of sports fandom within the state.
Yep.
Part of that, and again, yes, part of it is the NFL. But even before we started talking about NFL dominating every aspect of culture, even beyond sports, Packers fandom was crazy diehard in the 90s. How many times have I talked about the preseason stories of, oh my gosh, we can't watch a preseason game. I'm like, dude, chill. This is 1994, 1995. Okay. Packers fandom it's part of who a lot of people are.
Right.
Probably more so than for a lot of other teams. I would argue it's a bit of a tough thing to say, not personally, but trying to assess. I think the Packers mean more to Wisconsinites than the Vikings mean to Minnesotans. I think the Packers mean more to Wisconsinites and also other Packers fans around the country than probably a lot of teams mean to their fans. You could probably choose a few here or there that are
Steelers, Cowboys, maybe Bears,
yeah,
you know, a little bit. So.
Eagles,
yeah,
at this point,
yeah.
So that's been built up for so long. There's such a loyalty, understandably so, because it feels more like their team. So that's why I think why that's bigger. Also, there's still that oddity of 1982 hanging over the Brewers. We've talked about it fading as time goes along. You have more and more fans who weren't alive or don't remember it. They were too young. But the way that team has been, non-sacred speaking, deified, if you will, it kind of feels, I've said before, it feels like the Brewers won a championship. Yeah. At least to me. You feel kind of get the same vibes.
I wasn't even around, and it feels like that it still gets brought up in articles and stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
And you look at all the celebrating after that.
Documentaries being made.
I know. And County Stadium with Robin Yount going around on the motorcycle the day or two or whatever that was after Game 7 of the 82 series. Like, it felt, in retrospect, it doesn't feel like the first, like the Brewers have been terrible, 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 and this is the first. Kind of feels like the second.
Right.
Now, when it actually happens, if it ever happens, don't guarantee the Brewers will ever win a World. But let's say it happens this year. Side note, I was going through Baseball Reference. I do that thing where I look up like their metric, the SRS, the simple rating system. So I looked at that and compared it to history. So this season ended tied with 82 for the best SRS, and that is the only other time that they had the best record in baseball. So 2025 and 82 regular season wise are the same. There's a little more historic context on this, where we're really hoping we're not talking a week from now about how the Brewers got swept in the NLDS. So they really should do something this year. And yes, I know the caliber of competition, it's different, etc. So that's where I think a Brewers win would not be as big of a deal. Also, there are a tiny percentage, but there are a good number of Packers Twins fans around here. I think you probably have a fair number of Cubs Packers fans as well. Oh, yeah. So the fandom does not cover basically the entire state. Right. There aren't that many. I mean, Brandon is probably one of the few
Vikings Brewers.
Yeah. Not a lot of those. I don't think you're going to find. But it really goes the other way. And so that's why I think Packers are bigger, but that's not really a knock on the Brewers. Right. I mean, outside of them making such a big deal out of 82, maybe they shouldn't have all along, but it was such a lovable team. You kind of had to do that. Right. So, yeah, I think Packers would be 1, Brewers would be 2 at this point. I'm really curious if bad time to talk about this now, but what if the Badger football team ever won a college football championship? Yeah, I know. ... But that's also, like, again, Badger fandom seems to spread across the state, Marquette notwithstanding. Right. But it feels like, and I'm keep thinking of those maps of, like, by county, who is the biggest fan. You've seen those maps before. And, like, for the Badgers, it is right to the edge of the state is red. Yep. And then right over the border, you get to Minnesota, and there it suddenly turns into, like, some maroon, and then there's all sorts of others. But that's the fandom of the Badgers is that strong. It goes right up to Ashland, Sawyer counties, up to Vilas, over to St. Croix. It's everywhere.
I would look at it too, like, just from my memory, when you see people repping their swag, it's Green Bay's 1. I mean, they're still wearing their jackets from the 90s, which is awesome.
Yes.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Starter jackets.
Yeah. And I mean, and then I would say Badgers and Brewers pretty close. I mean, because Wisconsin just covers such a wide variety, whether it's basketball, hockey, or football. It's just like a state pride sort of thing. You know, like my wife does not watch anything Badgers, but she wears Badger stuff because it's a Wisconsin thing.
It's a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I've always felt Packers and Badgers were easily number one going back to when I started to pay attention to that sort of stuff, which coincided with the Packer-Badger rise, football rise, I should say. Well, and also basketball rise. They all kind of went in tandem in the early to mid-'90s, about that 92, 93, 94 period, which also coincided with the Bucks being, outside of 01, being essentially a mediocre team, and the Brewers pretty much being a bad team, already had mostly been going back into the 80s with a few exceptions. And then for a long time afterwards, they were lesser teams. I think that allowed the Twins, also weren't that good at that time, but they had a little more success. That, I think, allowed them to leach in a little bit. I think the Kevin Garnett era, the Wolves, that got a little bit more. Plus, there was savvier marketing on the part of those franchises. I mean, the Wolves and Twins kind of like, all right, let's try to cultivate some fans. Good on them. It took the Brewers and Bucks a while to figure out, oh, yeah, there's more beyond the triangle of Green Bay, Madison, Milwaukee. They finally figured it out. That was a complaint. I think if I don't know if you recall this, but it did feel like in the early to mid-aughts especially, like they did not care about Western Wisconsin.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Northern Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're your state. I'm saying this as someone who is not a diehard fan of them, and I prefer the Minnesota ones. Like, try harder up here. You should be up here. This is your state. And there's a lot of fans who will go all out Wisconsin.
Yep.
But they're feeling more love from the Minnesota ones. Yep. And of course, they also weren't in division rivals. So that helps. They finally did do that. Good for them. And they've gotten more fans. I think. I haven't seen any numbers, but you mentioned the swag.
Yeah.
You mentioned the merch. It's out there more.
Right.
There are more fans. Sure, that's a good thing. Yeah, you want more of that. But it's taken a while, and the Badgers already have such an advantage. There's a store, because I go to Oakwood Mall a lot because my daughter likes to walk around there and play in the kids' places while my wife's at work. And there's a sporting goods store. I'm blanking on the
Rally
name
House.
of it. So which one?
Rally House.
I think so. Where there's like the Badger
blow-up thing.
Yeah, blow thing, which she loves looking at.
Yeah.
But it's all red on one half. The other side, now this might be a seasonal thing, whole lot of Brewer stuff. I don't know that I would have seen that 15 years ago on that side. That would have been Packers. The Badger stuff would have been there. And there's part of me that was looking at the Badger stuff, and this might have been over the weekend. Now, I know the Badgers weren't playing this weekend, but as I'm thinking college football and going, wow, there's a lot of Badger stuff, and that team, and right now as I'm sitting in the studio, I'm looking up at the display, and the thought crossed my mind of how much longer is this going to hold?
Yeah.
I would not have thought of that until lately, but football being the biggest one, hockey's had its moments. Basketball, maybe it's actually gone a little better of late under guard than we were thinking where it was going to go. But overall, between that, women's basketball can't seem to figure themselves out.
No.
There's plenty of other good sport. I mean, volleyball, hello, excellent. Women's hockey, excellent. But the big ticket ones are as weak as I can recall going back to the early 1990s or the late 1980s. And how long does that Badger fandom stay strong? I say this not as a Badger fan, so I can't entirely relate. But if you have enough lack of success, does that tail off or not? Does it just stay dormant?
Right.
I think Nebraska might be a good example of that. Like Nebraska kind of sucked for a while, seemed to be getting a little better of late. And the U is another good example. How many times the U is back? And it never was. Well, now they're a top 3 team. And the fandom seems to be coming back.
Texas. I mean, for crying out loud.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think it will stay there, but it's been so easy for so long. And what is it like if the Badgers turn into, I don't know, there's a lot of Big Ten teams that I was going to say Illinois or Indiana, but those aren't good examples because they're good now. What if they turn into Northwestern football on a regular basis?
Yeah.
I'm saying Vanderbilt would have been the go-to example, but that's a bad example because now they're top 25 team. But what if they become one of those teams?
Right.
Where a team where they're never in the top 25 for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. If we actually start to do remember the 70s and 80s things, that trope about the Packers, that never really gets brought up with regards to the Badgers.
Right.
But that was another era of really bad football, with a couple exceptions here and there. And I don't know how people are going to react to sustained mediocrity if that happens. I don't know that it will. I think the Badgers have enough infrastructure they can pull out of it. But I'll be curious, what would that then lead to if they did win a college football national championship? Do you get the parades, or is that, like you said, it's something that people got the gear, but do they really get that excited about it?
Right.
I don't know.
Right. All right. Hey, let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears and talk some baseball. Got another manager that's not coming back. Brian from Atlanta's not coming
know,
back.
like they're dropping like flies.
Exactly. So let's talk some baseball, shall we, with the playoffs going on and such. But we got some manager openings, including over there with just across the border with the Twins, too. So quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. So while we've got our playoff teams in baseball in action, kicking off yesterday, divisional series coming up this weekend, there are some teams, a lot of teams, who not in the playoffs and are already making moves to kind of I guess, resets their futures. One of them is your Twinnies, Rocco Bodelli, out as manager.
Is
What
it
were
just
your
me, or by the way, is just me, or is it every team that didn't make the playoffs getting rid of their managers?
kind of feels like it?
I'm being facetious.
Giants, Rangers, Braves, Twins.
I think the Rockies actually are keeping theirs. So I guess,
Wow.
just getting over the threshold of the worst winning percentage ever was a win.
Yeah.
But anyway, go on.
But so I saw some comments from some Twins fans kind of saying, dude got shafted, essentially. Trades, what do you expect him to do when you pretty much sell off your team at the deadline and
Yeah.
such? But if you're Rocco Bodelli, though, too, are you kind of sort of like, okay, I'm out and don't have to deal with the mess that's going on with the Twins right now?
Not the worst outcome, honestly, for him, I don't think. I don't know how great of a manager he ultimately is and what he would do with another team. He's quite analytics focused. I think for his sake, it might be better to be in a team that, I know the Twins have gone more analytically oriented, and I don't think it's quite worked for them, but one that does a better job with that. So ironically, and the opening is not there, of course, but Tampa Bay would be probably a good example of that. One that can be analytical, but also knows the right move to make beyond the analytics. If you can find a franchise that develops that sort of culture a little more, that's looking for someone, I don't know how many of the current organizations would have that. Like in the case of Atlanta, Snitker is going to be, and he's sticking around. He's going into a senior advisory role, and he already kind of said, like, I was going to be out, and he's out of the managerial spot. So maybe something like that, though the expectations are pretty high in Atlanta.
Yeah.
They were supposed to probably be the number 1 seed in the National League this year.
Yeah.
But if you can find a team like that, so like you don't want to go to Pittsburgh if you're Baldelli, that's a similar situation to Minnesota. Very, very frugal.
Yeah.
I might need to sit out a year and then see what else comes up. Because he's been known as a players manager. So I think there will be players that would, or I should say there will be teams that will want to bring him on because he's going to create a good locker room.
Is the Twins job even attractive right now? I mean, you got Byron Buxton, but the ownership group and with everything, it's
I saw Derek Shelton was named as a possibility. Now, this is where we start going like, who are the most recently fired people who still have a shot at managing? We're going to bring up Bob Melvin while we're at it. Like that.
Yeah.
Those sorts of names come up.
Don Mattingly.
Oh, gosh. I don't think it's that great right now because of the lack of money, because the ownership is still technically in debt right now. Now, that's realistically, this is a short-term thing. If the minority shares are sold as proposed, and I can't see why Major League Baseball wouldn't approve it, then the Twins will ostensibly come out of debt fairly soon, instead of being like $400 million in debt or whatever the figure was. And then ostensibly, then they can start to spend some money on free agents, on infrastructure. Remember, they got rid of their scouting department recently, essentially got rid of it. They'd already been reducing it for a while, so this wasn't like a sudden, we're scouting. What? Operationally, kind of already was done. But still, you're actually saying, we're not going to employ scouts. We're basically going to go on like video and computers and Zoom calls and all sorts of stuff like that. I don't know if that's the greatest move, but it's definitely, in my opinion, a financial move.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a manager, what assets do you have? There's a best case scenario with who's on the Twins right now, that if Royce Lewis has his upside, Buxton stays healthy for another year. Like this past year, he became an MVP candidate because he was actually healthy for the vast majority of the season. If you have those guys, Joe Ryan sticks around, Pablo Lopez can stay afloat. You bring up some of the other, like Walker Jenkins, when he gets promoted, there's some others that are coming up. You could see where this could be a borderline playoff team. Their bullpen was eviscerated at the trade deadline, and I'm not sure how you turn that back around. That's going to put a ceiling on them for a little while, unless all of their prospects develop. And Falvey hasn't done that great a job of developing all of his prospects either. But he's sticking around. So that's another thing. Like, okay, we're not getting great results. We don't have a lot of money, and you want me to manage this team? I don't quite want to say it's a stepping stone managerial job. You don't see that too often in baseball, where you see that in like college sports, of course, the stepping stone. Not really at the pro level.
No.
But I wonder if this would be one of those where if someone shows that, hey, they got some potential, they prove themselves as a manager, even though the team only won 75 games, then they bolt. Of course, now the Twins may, well, there's two ways of looking at this. The Twins may know that's coming and try to sign a manager to a long-term deal. On the other hand, they might be frugal and only sign him to like a 3-year deal and then he's gone. Also, there is a big irony to this whole Rocco Baldelli getting fired thing. The fire Rocco chants, the fire Rocco social media posts were everywhere. I'm sure you saw them and you're not a Twins fan. They were everywhere over the past few years. Whenever the Twins would have a poor reliever outcome or something like that, fire Rocco was so commonplace. So when that news was announced yesterday, I made a point of like looking through like the Instagram responses, the Facebook responses, the Twitter responses, all those sort of responses. There's no fire Rocco. It was all the poll ads are the ones to blame here. That's a scapegoat. And like, you guys got what you wanted. Now, okay, I shouldn't say you guys because for all we know, it's a different group of people responding. But essentially, as a fan base, by and large, it sure felt like they wanted Rocco Baldelli out. They got Rocco Baldelli out, and they're not happy about that. Now, I think we also have a really clear answer to this, like I was just implying. The bigger problem is not Rocco Baldelli. There's a bigger problem than Rocco Baldelli if he was a problem, and that is the pull at ownership. I don't know if you've heard about that Athletic poll that was done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And for anyone who didn't, the Athletic had a poll. It's an opt-in, so you're probably going to get the people that are most upset are taking the poll. So, of course, it had a lot of negative responses, a lot of negative sentiment towards the Twins organization. I think like 98.5% said that the poll ads need to sell the team. And when it was a split on who do you most blame, I think Baldelli was it single digits? Or it was way, 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 way down. But that's not so much to say, oh, Rocco Baldelli is actually an okay manager. It's more, well, he may be a problem, but there are bigger problems on top. Twins fans are smart fans. I mean, Brewers fans are smart fans too. They understand what's going on here. So, yeah, sure, you got Baldelli out, and he probably did need to go. Let's say the pull ads had made the change. I think, and had sold the team. I still think Rocco Baldelli probably needed to go. The managerial choices were still not the best. I know he was plenty frustrated by what's been going on, but especially going back to last August, was it, when the collapse began last season, and then going into most of this season before it really fell off the end of this season after the fire sale. But he was the manager during that period where they had the talent and they weren't performing.
Right.
So I don't know if the message was no longer being received by players. I don't know if it was his managerial style on top of those in-game decisions that seemed to be a little by the book, a little too analytical, if you will. I think that ultimately doomed him. When he was signed to an extension, was it a year or two ago? That seemed puzzling to a lot of fans anyway.
Right.
Puzzling to me a little bit. I think they made the right move, but there are many more bigger moves that need to be made, and I think like selling the team, and I don't know that that's ever going to happen.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have some more baseball talk with Game 2 of the Wild Card Series getting set for just a couple of hours from now. We'll hit that up coming up after these quick words. wild card rounds got underway yesterday, where we saw the Tigers taking down the Guardians. Again, the Cubs taking down the Padres. Red Sox taking down the Yankees, and then the Dodgers dominating the Reds 10-5. A lot of home runs from the Dodgers in that game. We'll find out today if any teams are going to be moving on. If not, we got decisive game threes coming up on Thursday. What do you think, Lucas, for your picks? Because I didn't get a chance to get your picks beforehand.
You did not get picks from me. No, you did not. The thing is, we're already halfway through this. Like, it goes, this is your annual reminder. The beginning of the baseball playoffs, really the first two, between the wild card and the division series, goes really fast.
Yeah, it does.
Not that time goes any faster.
Did anything really change from yesterday's games? A little bit, maybe, for you?
The Tigers maybe a bit, but Skubal was pitching, and he pitched.
Yeah.
Gosh, so good. After that, I don't know. Like, Cleveland may have to go on the road. Well, they have to go on the road. Duh.
Right.
I still could see them winning it. Started to wonder a little bit as I see the notifications coming in the Reds game last night. Like, wait, is the Dodger bullpen really going to blow this? No, I was more. I guess I'm. What would I say if I'm like shocked by anything? I guess the Yankees' underperformance potentially, but that's also maybe I'm seeing that because you hear more about it because it's New York,
right?
So it's going to spread more. More people have a take on that. If I had to pick after one game, knowing there's 1 to 2 left, Dodgers I think are going to have the easiest time. I think the Guardians will pull this off ultimately. I think the Sox get through, and I think it'll be the Cubs. Who would you rather face as more of a Brewers fan?
See it like for talent standpoint, team wise, I don't care. But for the Cubs aspect, I don't know if I could deal with the talk and the potential of the Cubs beating the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you could call that a scared mindset. It is a scared mindset.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that would be like, I mean, we all know the storylines. Council, I mean.
Especially if Council outmanages Murphy.
Right. And we know there's going to be more Cubs fans at AmFam Field than there would be for Padres.
Yes.
I mean, that's
of course
natural. So how much of a home field advantage would it actually be?
And I'm not sure, but how much is it necessarily going to matter? I think the Brewers can play out that anyway.
I see the matchups today. It looks like the Cubs are doing an initial outgetter. Andrew Kittredge is listed as a starter on ESPN.
Interesting approach.
So
the thing with the Padres, though, it's their bullpen. If the Cubs don't get something going relatively early, that could be a problem. Now, I think part of the issues too, when you're predicting, there's usually like a strong suit of a team or a weak suit of the team that suddenly flips in the playoffs. If there was one that just seems glaring, like, oh, this one's gonna change, it's that Padres bullpen. That this, and we may get all of one game for this to happen, so this isn't like a series worth, but like the Padres are leading 5-0 going into the 8th, and then they lose today 6-5.
Yeah.
Then that would be the vaunted Padres bullpen. But other than that, like, I don't know that I have too much more of a read on, but because there's such short series, we don't have enough time to see one thing go a full distance or the other.
So let me ask you, what's your World Series pick then? Might as well get to that.
Knowing where this is playing out right now, I think it will be Phillies versus, oh boy, I'm going to go Phillies Red Sox.
Ooh. Boring.
I know. Probably get decent ratings.
Oh, it would, but
I know. Brace yourself for the ratings talk if the Brewers and like the Blue Jays go on a run.
Brewers or Mariners.
Yeah.
Right?
Baseball shoots itself in the foot again. Well, what are they supposed to block them from getting in the playoffs? Though I did see ratings are up pretty much across the board for baseball. You may have seen the same thing too. Like it's legitimately going in the right direction now, pretty much everywhere. I think it will be Red Sox Phillies. Like you have to have like one team that does a bit of a surprise run, and the Red Sox really aren't a surprise. They were supposed to be good going into the year. They were really underwhelming for so much of the year. I think that's why they feel like a surprise, even if they made it.
Because I think my preseason pick was Red Sox over Dodgers in the World Series.
That would be, yeah.
I think that's what I picked.
And
I know I picked the Red Sox in the World Series.
I could see a rematch that way too.
Yeah.
I mean, Mariners Brewers would be fun. The Battle of Seattle.
Yeah, right.
Essentially, think about it. But yeah, I think
do the Brewers win a series in your opinion?
I'm
Assuming against the Cubs.
I'm going to say yes, they will, just because there's a bit of a do factor with this. If I were really picking this out, I'd have a feeling like the Cubs would beat the Brewers. Like if I didn't know anything about the history of the Brewers and their recent playoff struggles. But gosh, it feels like they're due to actually win a series and move on. The 82 comparison, I think, does break down a little bit because this is more of a wow. How did this team put this together? 82 was obvious,
right?
They were a home run hitting team. They had some incredible starting pitching. I know it took a little bit for that team to come together, but you knew they had a really strong identity throughout the season of like power. These Brewers don't have that, but they're so resourceful, which can come in handy in the playoffs as well. Sarah Langs, you may have seen one of her tweets, posts, however you follow her stuff, that the trends to watch going into this postseason, looking back in prior ones, team that out homers the other tends to win a whole heck of a lot. Not always, but usually will end up winning those individual series. So home run wise, not to say that is, again, it's not a guarantee, but do you trust the Cubs or the Brewers to hit more home runs right now?
Do I need to answer that?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why I could well see the Cubs advancing to the NLCS. So that's concerning because that's a core part of postseason ball. I'd like to see a team do something other than that and kind of small ball their way a little bit, to use a phrase. So I think the Brewers will win just because I think they're kind of due, and we have weird playoff stuff happen. But I'm worried.
I'm nervous. Like I'll admit it. I'm nervous. Probably more nervous if it is Cubs, just because of the whole, let's face it, trash talk factor and the rivalry and stuff. I do think a big key for that though is if it is Brewers Cubs, they got to win Game 1 with Freddie Peralta.
Yeah,
they have to. Because after that, I don't know about Quinn. I don't know about Quintana. I mean, the two teams are so familiar with each other. It's
you throw the records out when they play, but in this case, you kind of do.
Yeah, right. So if there was a surprise team that could make a run,
like a real surprise, like the Reds would be the biggest.
Well, yeah.
Whoa,
right.
And they don't have enough.
No. It's funny though, because is it? And I know we got to take a quick break, but is it almost fair to say that like all the top seeds outside the Phillies, 3 of the 4 top seeds, people would be really surprised if the Brewers, the Mariners, and the Blue Jays all went to the World Series?
Yeah. The quote unquote surprise teams are also the good teams.
Right.
Too. And I would maybe throw the Red Sox for what I was just saying a few minutes ago. Kind of a surprise team because for so long they weren't that good. So this two-pronged thing of smaller / international market teams,
right,
so they don't have the biggest fan bases in the States, and then a team that got a lot of criticism, went through some pretty low points during the season, and yet they ended up as maybe one of the more dangerous teams right now. So yeah, there isn't that, like the Diamondbacks a couple years ago. Like, what? Right. How did they go on this run? You don't really have that unless Cincinnati became that, and I don't see Cincinnati having that.
The worst thing that could happen, because I think if we go back to it, is it still, if you beat the Brewers in the postseason, you go to the World Series?
Cubs in the World Series?
Let's end that. Let's end that.
That this is going
right.
Fly the W. Hi, Marty, if you're listening.
All right. final break, and then we'll do some picks coming up after these quick words. All right, just a couple minutes to the top here, so let's do some picks. Stay with MLB with our wild card games in action. Same times as yesterday, same time slots for these teams. So first up again is Tigers Guardians, which is just a little over 2 hours from now. We've got Casey Miz and Tanner Bibby.
I'm gonna go with the Guardians.
Oh, Guardians too. Let's go Padres Cubs. Dylan Cease, Andrew, as we mentioned a little bit earlier for the Cubs, go with an initial getter.
Okay, I'm gonna go Padres. Let's send this to San Diego.
It's still gonna.
Oh
be
wait, no, it's gonna say
Chicago.
Chicago. That's
Yep.
right. No, they don't do that.
Yep.
Ah, dang it! I keep
Yep.
forgetting that. So they're gonna stay there. It's gonna be a 3-game series. Cubs will win, but it'll say San Diego wins.
Oh, San Diego today too.
I screwed up.
Hey, I screw up everything every day. Red Sox, Yankees.
Yankees,
We'll go Yankees too. And then Reds, Dodgers.
Dodgers.
We'll go Dodgers too.
Yeah.
So thanks for playing, Cincy. It's been fun.
Hey, they got to the playoffs.
They
It's
did.
more than some other teams
They
can
did.
say.
Do you think them getting into postseason moves Francona above Pat Murphy for manager of the year?
No, because they also kind of it's the 2 to tango thing, and they needed the Mets to collapse.
Right.
Mets were a bad team after like June. If you look at their record, not good. And the Reds got in with a decent record, but also the expectations are pretty high for Cincinnati. Not everyone had them at the tops. I think I was pretty bullish on them, but not everyone was. I think Francona having won it as much. I know Murphy just won it, but Francona having won it so many times. I do wonder though if next year if Cincinnati wins the division then, and there's not some other surprise across baseball, like the next Braves manager is teed up really nicely to win manager of the year.
Yep.
Now they got to actually win, but I could see Francona getting it then. I think it's going to be Murphy because of all that. It seemed to be a lot of managerial influence on Murphy's part. Yeah, for Francona, but a lot from Murphy.
And just, 97 wins. Again, this is a regular season award, so top record, best record. What, third? Everybody thought third, maybe in a division. So
He did it again.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Same place, same time tomorrow morning for Thursday morning, 6 a.m. We'll chat with you then.